Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick,
Happer?
we're doing.
You sound great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate
He
it.
sounds great.
Well-
Were you expecting something different?
No, because I hear my voice in this
Oh,
microphone.
yeah.
Happer sounds lovely.
It is strange how it just.
It gets worse.
You
sound
sound-
horrible.
Do I?
Oh, yeah, you sound like garbage.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
We hate this box, Chris.
Wait,
We hate it.
Compared to what?
This. Just, I don't know what I imagine.
But his
John.
mic is good, though, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's working. It's fine. It's fine.
I don't know. Is it? Maybe the mic isn't very good. It wouldn't make. It doesn't.
No, it
make
sounds,
sense.
Chris, it sounds fine.
It doesn't
this.
make sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
It's the box.
The new box we put in?
The old box. How old is that box? Well, new in
That
terms
box?
of it's new for us. But it's like if I bought a 86 car, it's a new car for me. But is an 86 car a new car? Poll question.
It's a great question. If you buy it today,
Well, it is if you found it like in a barn and no one had driven it
That's
for
a
40 years.
That's a good point.
There are cars like that.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where-
Stib
where
says we
people-
sound totally normal. See, we're fine over YouTube. We're
Yep.
fine.
Yep. All good. All good. All
Well,
good.
yeah, but is it good on the radio?
We've tried all the plugs.
Have you tried all
I have tried all the plugs.
today?
Every day, Chris.
Well, let me see here.
You're gonna try it?
I'm gonna move over to this one.
We're off to a great start, folks.
Move it over to
I
this
have
one.
no problem with it for the record.
Hello. Actually, it is different. I'm not saying it's different good. It's just different. The one is different than the
yellow,
other.
different.
Oh.
Happer, what's going on?
Nothing, man. Nothing. Just chilling.
Yeah,
Being a
you're in your worst state, and that is when there are issues and you can't fix them. You
Yeah.
hate that. You
Yeah,
hate
it
that
sucks
life.
when you can't fix them.
Yeah,
Yep.
it definitely does.
It sucks when you
we're
can't.
just gonna blow through it.
Yep.
We did get one issue fixed.
We
though.
got one issue fixed.
Congrats.
Well, two issues. That mic works again.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
there we
Nick
go.
fixed the internet.
What was wrong with the mic?
It just shorted out during my
Happer
show.
moved over here today.
Yeah.
I walked in and I was like, "Why are you in my seat?"
Yeah, we came back from a segment and I sounded like a static man,
Mhm.
and so I unplugged it and replugged it back in, and it didn't fix itself.
And
so I
we're
moved
sure
over.
that it was the microphone and it
Yep.
wasn't
I
something
mean,
else.
we're
Did you
testing.
just have to restart the computer because sometimes
I don't
was it
know.
static in your ears?
I did whatever I thought was necessary to fix the problem in the moment,
And it did.
and I did.
Yeah,
did.
whatever works.
Yes,
It worked.
yes.
All right. Well,
I don't believe it. I have identified the issue, but we made it work. We got through it.
that's what we want.
Well, now the next thing is to reconnect to Twitter because
I think it's back.
no, it's not. Well, Twitter's back, but it's not.
Oh, that. Oh, on StreamYard, it's
Yeah.
not back.
It's not back yet.
Oh, wait. Let me see. Oh, yeah.
No,
there we
it's
go.
not,
Yeah,
trust me.
Yeah, sad.
It's got the red circle of doom.
That's a bummer.
Doom.
Now that looks new. Look at this. That's not from 1986.
That's a box.
Well, it looks exactly
It
the
looks
same as the other one.
box.
It looks nicer to me.
Corporate wants you to
All right,
find
we're
the
not gonna be able
difference
to hear.
between these two boxes.
I can see. I have good eyes, though, Nick. I don't have glasses.
I got good eyes.
I have great eyes because of my glasses. I can see because of glasses. Thank you, glasses.
Doesn't that usually tell you that you can't see?
No, but the glasses make it so I can see. So it's a net negative.
Well,
Who do
isn't
you
that
think
what
can see
glasses are
better?
supposed to do?
Me without glasses or you with glasses?
I would bet we see about the same.
I'm better.
It's the point of
Oh,
glasses.
those are new, aren't they?
No,
Oh.
these also aren't Ray-Bans.
I'm not even sure what we're talking about.
I don't
right now.
either. I'm not.
I've had these for
Remember when
2
John wore
years.
glasses for that day?
Yeah,
did.
that
His
day.
wife would email and say, "Put your glasses on," and he wouldn't.
And then
Well,
we'd
I
ask John.
I found that I don't need them all the time. Oh, that sounds
How's it sound?
interesting.
Hello? Ooh, that sounds good.
Is that crispier?
Thank you, Chris.
It's
way crispier.
it's good.
That is like
It's good.
chicken
It's
fried.
good.
Cold beer on a Friday
Can I
night.
do that?
Nebraska
Am I
ball.
allowed to do that?
Thank you, Chris. That sounds incredible.
You,
Great
Wow.
job, Chris.
turn it
Thanks.
off.
Chris,
turn
you
it
are
off.
amazing. You fixed so many things today. What else do we need fixed in here?
Well, there's a pothole on I-80.
Yeah.
Did you hit it?
Yeah,
Oh, no. Is your car okay?
I think so.
Thank you,
Did
Chris.
you lose a hubcap?
Wow.
Bye, Chris.
No, my car does not have hubcaps.
Yeah, I don't think many cars have hubcaps.
There's not many
anymore.
hubcaps anymore.
Remember there used to be hubcaps?
There
Yeah,
used to be.
remember during the pothole season that one time a couple years ago where people were putting vigils with their hubcaps up all over the major intersections? That's why the
I
Omaha
don't,
potholes
but-
became a thing.
Oh, okay.
It was
All right.
That spring.
All right.
Kenneth writes, Josh, did you watch Gemstones last night? I did. Does anybody in here, has anybody watched Gemstones?
I never watched season 2.
Okay. All right. Well, I won't have anything to say other than
You
that
can
was
say
quite
it.
the
I'm
cameo.
sure it was really
Well,
good.
John watches it. I don't want to.
I watch it, but
There's quite the cameo in season.
Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt loves
Dude,
to
you're
show
kind of close.
Really?
In terms of levels of fame.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
No, too famous.
Lower. Okay.
Wait, you think I disagree. Brad Pitt is at least as famous as DiCaprio.
No.
Maybe more famous.
But no.
Because DiCaprio hasn't done anything in a while. Brad
Less
Pitt's still out
likely
there.
that DiCaprio shows up on a show like that than Brad Pitt.
It's less likely, but I'm saying
Yes.
in terms of fame, they're at least at the same level.
All right.
Who's
Well,
more famous?
And I
Brad
would
Pitt?
argue
That's
that
a poll
Brad Pitt
question.
is more famous
right.
because DiCaprio doesn't do much anymore.
that's true. Lower than both of those. But you guys are, I mean,
Right.
you're really close right
Bradley Cooper's.
Whoa.
Let's go. I
Brad-
genuinely did not know. I swear to God, I did not know.
Bradley Cooper also loves
Spoiler
to show
alert.
now. No, sorry. He guessed. He kept
I
guessing.
guessed
No,
it.
you allowed him to guess.
I guess that's true.
You gave it. Once you started giving the hints, he started taking the guesses.
I guess that's true.
Remember when Bradley Cooper showed up in Dungeons and Dragons and you're
Dude.
like, oh, Bradley Cooper?
Barely.
I
yeah.
almost got that
You're that
first
jerk.
shot.
You're that jerk who showed up in 3rd grade and said, "Man, you're not going to believe what happened at the end of Empire Strikes Back."
Was that you?
No, that was probably it was you
I would
as
never-
a younger person.
John, I just spoiled a person.
Darth
who's-
Vader
don't
just
have
said
to
something
say-
very personal about one of the characters, and one of the kids said, "Oh, let me guess, he's Han Solo's cousin." No, but you're really close.
Well done. Well done. Yeah, Stib says you see him in the first 2 minutes, John. Don't worry.
Yeah,
He's-
no,
he shows
I
up
didn't
very,
ruin
very early.
anything.
Yeah, but you still want to be surprised.
It was really, it was like, whoa, Bradley Cooper?
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody.
Who does you don't have to say who
I'm
he
not-
played.
No,
or
I'm not going to
anything.
say anything.
Yeah,
I'm
what
not
he
going to say.
did.
I'm not going to say anything else about the episode.
Cool.
Everyone should go in blind.
Yeah, that should be plenty.
Well, some of us aren't going in blind anymore.
Well,
we can see everything.
Why didn't you watch it
now.
last night?
Because I was busy.
What were you doing on a Sunday night? You guys probably getting ready for your
Well,
basketball.
the Mavericks were playing,
They were playing.
Mavs.
Yep. They dominated.
and
That's how our headphones used to sound. That's what they sounded like.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. That sucks.
Crackly every time you talked. Yeah. Not anymore, though.
We're back.
Yeah.
we think.
This is going to be quite the next 2 weeks for a couple schools. Not for one, but, for a couple for a couple schools. This is very exciting. Do we think they have played themselves out of the first 4?
Who?
That seems to be the
Omaha.
consensus.
Oh, Omaha. Find out in the Neighborhood Watch
Or are
program.
we still going to involve in Nebraska?
No, their neighborhood is a bunch of carcasses.
Did you finally make a graphic for Omaha in the neighborhood watch?
Find out in the new Neighborhood Watch program.
This whole time, I asked John when he first debuted,
Yeah.
"Hey, where's Omaha?" And John's like, "We don't need to put Omaha in there."
Well,
then
we
Josh
don't
is like, "Hey, they're
because-
trash cans."
Well, we don't because
I've been
their
the only-
only their only path was to win to get in. So there's no point in having an at-large discussion about Omaha because they were not in the at-large
That's right,
discussion.
Nick. Don't you
Now-
speak tournament?
Now they are in the tournament, and we have the
Get ready to
ability
Learn
to
to
see
speak
where they're-
tournament.
where they're seated.
What it sounds like to me is by process of elimination, I'm the only true Mavs supporter on this show.
I don't think that it sounds like
where
that
did
at
you
all.
get that idea?
Well, John didn't include them in the neighborhood watch, and Josh said he hated
actually,
the
they
trash
were
cans.
in the graphic. We just didn't do a Neighborhood Watch because there was nothing to watch for.
They didn't get their own page.
But they
Mr.
didn't need
Bloody
one.
Hands got his own page.
No,
but the
they didn't
Mavericks
need
didn't.
one.
Bracket Matrix, they are listed as the second 16 seed, which means that they would not be playing in the first 4 because that
Correct.
would be the bottom 4.
But the Mavs are in a unique position. We always talk about bid stealers around this time of year. If the Mavs do get, usually you're rooting against the bid stealers.
Now
if
you're
you're on
rooting
the bubble,
for it.
Rooting for the bid stealers.
Because you get more bid stealers,
They
you
can
get.
bump them up.
Yeah.
That's the more quote unquote bad teams that get in.
And who is going to
that
be,
Mhm.
who will be the
Mhm.
number 1 overall? Is it going to be Duke, do we think,
Auburn.
or Auburn?
Auburn.
Auburn,
Auburn?
Houston. I don't want to play Duke. I don't play Houston.
See, I want them to play Duke because I just think it'd be cool. If they get to play
They already
Duke-
did that.
Okay. So you want them to play Auburn or
I don't want
Florida?
anybody to play Duke or Houston.
I mean,
Nobody that I care about should run into Duke or Houston.
Here's the interesting thing.
Interesting.
Let's pretend because I think the closest regional to Houston is
Wichita.
Is Wichita.
Right? Yeah.
Oh.
and if Omaha got sent there,
That'd be hilarious. They have so many fans.
I don't. They
That'd
have
be
so
great for
many
Omaha.
They have
fans.
more fans than any 16 has ever had. Actual
fans than any
fans.
16 has ever had.
And not the 16 seed that is in a game.
that
in the
might not
second.
be that might be right.
Yeah.
That might be right.
I would be genuinely curious because I want to see where it's a great story and a lot of people are talking about him, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how much does that now manifest itself into boots on the ground?
Oh, journalism.
I mean, there were some
Not
boots on the ground
journalism.
in Sioux Falls this weekend.
Right. But now, because this would be a first, I think Wichita would be great. Because this would really, because it would certainly encourage those people who are like, yeah, I heard about that. It's a cute story, but, and then they're like, oh, wait,
I
they're
could just
only
drive
4
down the
hours
road?
down the road. I could go there.
Yeah.
And then if you're Houston, you're like, wait a minute.
What
I thought
happened?
we were supposed to have an advantage here. Now you're sending all these people down from
Since
Omaha.
when are we
The
giving
Red
regional
Army is
sites
showing up?
to a 16 seed? Remember they were going to put Nebraska in Omaha last year? We were all in a tizzy about that.
And then we got Iowa State instead,
Yeah.
among others.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Since when are they giving regionals to a 16 seed?
Yeah, since when?
Be
People are
bad
asking.
practice.
People are asking.
They
Okay.
are asking.
Nick, what did you just send us? What is this?
Hats.
But what hat are these for wearing during games?
Why is Nick sending
those are
hats?
hats that you can get. Those are hats.
Oh,
you
then
can
I don't
buy.
care about that. Nick sent us some weird baseball hats, but I for a second thought that teams would be wearing these.
Want
But
to see
if
the
they're
weird
just,
baseball
if
hats?
they're just for purchase, there are a lot of weird hats. I don't care about weird hat alert.
What
No
are they?
offense, Nick.
Look at
They're
these hats.
ugly. They're really, really
They're
ugly.
bad.
They're garish. They're garish hats.
Garish.
I would say so. If
Would you wear those hats?
You're reading emails.
Well,
Those are
I'm,
bad hats.
Yeah, they're horrible.
You know
But I thought Nick was sending it like, look, these teams are going to wear these hats.
Why are you sending bad hats?
the T-TAS hat's pretty fun. Content. Sometimes I send things that I think could be content. It's producer brain.
Make
we don't
fun of
have to use
hats.
it. I don't care if we use it. I just put it out there.
yeah, I'm not sure what these look like draft day hats.
It just looks like a hat someone
They
would
do.
buy
Those
at
hats-
Lids.
That's what it looks like. It looks like a draft day hat. Just another reason to get people to.
You guys should make fun of those hats.
So we should put it in content today? I don't think we have sent. You haven't sent out content. Nick hasn't sent out content yet, so we don't know what's in
Nick makes it.
there. Nick does. He
obviously.
puts it together.
Mhm.
Yeah, every day.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem with the hats is it makes because
You don't like the T-TAS hat?
So what the problem is, it's got the team logo front and center like it is
The
on the regular
normal
hat,
logo.
but then the word mark logo of the team, like for example, Boston, like Boston on their
It
uniforms,
says it on
is
the hat.
behind. So it actually looks like bobbin
Yeah.
because you
Bobbin.
have a giant B in the middle of the Boston, but it's covering the S and the T, so it looks like bobbin.
Yeah, so the ones that are actual logos, it's like it works better. Like the Blue Jays one works better. But the ones with letters, KC over Royals looks really
The Cubs
stupid.
one works
It's so-
because the C in Chicago is in the middle
Yeah,
of the word,
that one
but it's
works
also
really
the-
well. What about Fippies for the Phillies? They look bad.
I just wish that we had one of those. And by the way, I'm very sad this year. The NBC
Mhm.
teams that have NBC affiliates as their local broadcast.
Oh yeah,
They changed the bug.
They changed their score bug, so
They
we're
did.
no longer going to
No
get
poop
the
games.
Pirates
yeah.
Phillies poop game.
No poop
Yeah.
What did they
game.
do? What's
The
it
poop
look like
game is
now?
dead. Made 'em
It doesn't. It's
On
different.
top of
Yeah.
it's not a cross anymore.
It sucks.
Oh.
So no more poop games.
It feels like they did that just to not have the poop games. Why else would you change your score bug?
People liked the poop games. They
I
talked about
loved
it.
the poop
The
games.
poop game was great.
Oh, here's an article from SI.com. Philadelphia Phillies new TV scorebug may end infamous baseball meme. That's sad.
Thanks, Manfred.
Oh, that's
Well,
a
he
bummer.
didn't do it.
It was his fault. It's always his fault, John.
That's right.
There, I'm looking at the
That guy
scorebug right
stinks.
now. So there it is, where it could say poop, and now, oh, that's a bummer. Also,
Remember
it
the
does the
moon game?
abbreviations.
Well,
Yes.
guess what? I took a picture of it and I have it on my phone and I'll never delete it
That's good, John. This
because
you
I
talking about
love
that
it
one?
so much.
Poop.
Poop.
God, that's funny.
So good.
We love poop.
Nebraska was in a moon game for a while once against Minnesota.
Oh, that's right.
When was that game?
It was.
Was that
I remember for a while, I was like,
Scott
this
Frost?
it was like late into the second quarter. I'm like, this is moon.
Yeah.
M00N
Nice.
Moon.
game.
Because we actually
Those
discovered
days are
the
over.
possibility that the poop game was going to happen when Washington was playing Philadelphia and it was whoop. And so we thought, oh, it's a Chris Berman. It's a Chris Berman throwback game. Whoop.
Whoop.
And then I thought, wait a minute, when they play the Pirates,
Poop.
John's favorite word.
He does love the word poop.
Poop.
Who doesn't love the word poop?
It's a very fun
You know
word.
what I spent a good 25 minutes on yesterday?
Pooping?
Picking up dog poop.
Oh. I
Because
did
it
that.
had been a while.
I did that over the weekend,
And there was a
too.
lot of poop.
In your yard.
In my yard. I was like, there's some poop. Let's get
You
it.
know what I didn't do this weekend? Pick up anyone's poop.
Well, you not even your daughters.
Wow, you just let
Wow,
her
so
just,
she's sitting in soiled diapers
you
to this
are
day.
a mean dad.
I didn't change her this weekend.
Wow.
I wasn't around. Sorry, I'm an
Wow.
absent
Wow.
father.
Jeez.
And hey, where are you going this week? You going anywhere? You leaving town?
I'll be an absent father again.
Wow.
It's unreal.
This is sad.
Her
I'll
first
make
word is "da."
It
You
are-
just
More
leave
like
her.
gone.
It is.
Oof.
Yeah.
It is. I feel bad, so I'm going to try and get her to say mama.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Has Mr.
Well,
Banks
either
figured
that
out
or
your
the
doors yet?
postman's going to get a surprise. Dad.
Dad, dad.
no,
No,
he's-
she calls everything dad, dad. She's like, look at this thing. It's dad, dad.
Well,
He's
that's
flag
because,
flag. It's
that's
dad,
because
dad.
as much as you're around, it might as well be an object.
Exactly.
Banks is still struggling with the whole which door to go in and out of situation where he goes up, goes down. He's
What do you
still-
mean?
Never seen a dog struggle with doors.
Well, no. So we have a split level, but we have a walkout basement. So we have the deck upstairs, and then we have like the walkout down below. And so if you let him out on one area, sometimes he kind of forgets to come back all the way up, and it's like, hey, let's go inside. And he goes to the other door. It's like, no, but I'm up here. And there was one time I was down and he was on the deck, and I said, Banks, come down here. And he was very confused. Like, where are you, though? I'm like, I'm right below. You just got to walk down the stairs. And the stairs are a little steep, too. So I think he's kind of like, he's a senior dog now. So, you know.
arthritic dog.
Yeah, and he has arthritis. Yeah, so we're just trying to
Yeah,
make sure
so
he's okay.
meanwhile, you're abusing, instead of you going up there and letting him in, you're like, no, you come down here.
I would never say such a
You
thing.
come down here, arthritic dog.
No, I would never say such a thing.
Well, it sounds like that's what you did.
I don't yell at, I don't say arthritic dog, get down here. I just say Banks, come down
you
here.
just call him a cripple.
No.
Hey, cripple!
I would never say such a thing. But no, he's good. He's getting the hang of the house. He very much likes it. He likes
Super
having it
cute.
Does
He
he have
loved-
a favorite space?
Yes, by the window when the sun is coming inside.
Nice.
Yeah, he just
Classic.
loves laying
Dogs
there.
love sunbathing.
Oh, they do. They do indeed.
Don't you love it?
Mm-hmm.
Love dogs.
Love dogs. We love dogs, don't we, folks?
Well, some of us love dogs.
I love dogs.
3 of the 4 of us in this room love dogs.
Love dogs. I haven't heard you say I love dogs.
I love dogs.
You were the
It's
fourth
very-
one to say it.
Very well known that I love dogs. It's documented.
You were the fourth person to claim it.
And yet I have a dog.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. We have a dog. I share a dog.
You don't. It's not yours. Isn't it your girlfriend's friend?
No, it's our dog.
Oh, okay. I thought
We have our dog.
you
and-
have a dog.
Yeah, it's a poodle.
When did you get a dog?
Yeah, you don't never talk about this.
You've
dog that
literally
you
never
love so
discussed
much.
this.
Like I said, it's her dog, and then I moved in, and now it's my dog because we're dating.
You don't have a dog.
Okay,
Oh,
so she
boy.
has a dog.
When does it
Yeah.
become your dog? When does it become a shared dog?
When you become married, when you put a ring on that finger.
Got to put a ring on it, Nick.
Okay.
You can't just be living with somebody and it become your
Yeah.
dog.
You have a living in sin dog.
Yeah.
I'm the
Bastard
listen.
dog.
I'm the father that
Bastard.
stepped up for that dog.
You're going
Are
to call
you?
that dog Snow? Hey, dog Snow.
Yeah, it's not your dog yet, Nick. You
We have
gotta,
a
gotta
there's
wait
a-
a little longer.
poodle and then a Great Dane in the house. So there's 2 dogs in our house actually.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that cancels him out.
Wow.
Does it?
Yep, no dogs. Nick hates dogs. Crazy.
Nick, come on, man. Dogs are so great. And you
I
hate
love
them?
dogs.
Wow.
Dogs are the best.
Yeah,
Many are
fourth person
saying.
to say it.
What happened? What's the breaking news?
Dave Roberts has agreed to a 4-year,
Whoa, that's a lot of money for
$32
a
million
manager.
contract
Are they
extension.
deferring him too?
Probably. No, they would just
No,
give him all
'cause-
Shohei's money now.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't count against the property tax.
JD writes, wait, Josh bought a home or a house? The man who in these airwaves said for years he would never be able to afford home ownership. I can still not afford home ownership because we're renting.
He rented a home.
We're renting a home. But
Mhm.
thank you, JD. I appreciate your words.
You can buy it. You can buy it.
It's just the down payment component of the whole house buy.
It's a
you know?
bummer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'd rather just start paying for one. Though it's had a couple things that we've already had to get looked at. So
Really?
nice to
Like what? the fact you don't have a sink in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Yes. No, but
Work on that, buddy.
they were going to change out the water heater. They're actually changing it out today. And so there was just a couple things that they were like, hey, we're going to fix these, if that's okay. And we're like, yeah, absolutely. It is with us.
Well, yeah, you better.
Yeah, so we're getting a new water heater right now. That's pretty sweet.
We had to do that right when we moved into our house that we actually bought. Everything broke immediately. And I was like, this should have probably been caught in an inspection. But it was COVID. And they were doing these things called drive-by inspections.
What do you mean? You drive by and you wave at the house? It looks like a house.
That's a house.
It's standing.
See, now
And so then upon further inspection, we saw everything was broken.
Yeah, and I think
we
now
had to pay for it. But the interest rate was so good, we had to take it.
Not any mold in there, is there?
I don't think that they even really do inspections now. If you want a home, you just got to be like, fine, we'll take it without the inspection. And then you deal with it all
It's
in the back end.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Bad times.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully Walter doesn't find any wood rot while he's putting in your new tankless water heater.
Oh, what an episode. There's rot. Yeah, in your soul, Walter.
He spent a lot of time in that little basement.
He
didn't
did. Oh, for a variety of
And
reasons.
hiding things.
Money was down there.
The old crawl space.
Stibbs writes, I disagree. That's Nick's dog now, but it's telling that he never speaks of it.
Yeah, why don't you ever talk about this
How many months have you been living there now? Since November?
Yeah, she's just never gotten brought up.
Dog
I've never had a reason to
people
talk about the poodle.
such as
We
yourself.
talk about dogs every second
all
of
we
every
do is
day.
talk about dogs.
You would never say, yeah, I have a dog too.
I've told you off the air. You've known about the dog.
I don't know about
I've never heard of this dog.
I didn't tell you to put on the ball. I didn't tell you to tell me about the dog.
Well, that's because
Thank you. Something like that.
must be a sensitive subject, just like Jon Snow was a very sensitive subject.
Yeah, what's
around
wrong with
Catelyn
that
Stark.
dog?
Oh, she hated John.
She hated Jon Snow.
The dog's acting out lately, though. She's been getting
he
into the
hates
trash
the
lately.
dog.
There is another part of the
Maybe
story.
you should send the dog to the wall. Be a member of the Night's Watch.
Now your watch has started.
Uh-huh. Poll question from YouTube user. Did you know about Nick's dog?
So he said that. I was like, no, you don't.
Yeah,
You
I
have
don't
a
remember
dog.
this.
You want to see pictures? You want to see pictures of the dog?
No, you've never offered this before.
But
She's
did you know?
adorable.
But did you see what he said though? She's been acting out.
Yeah, the
lately.
dog.
She has been acting
The
out
dog is a
lately.
very bad dog.
What
Very
happened?
bad
What did the dog do, Nick?
Got
Very
into the
bad.
trash. Dog got into the trash.
Classic dog.
And now
stuff.
you hate
Maybe
it.
she was just trying to kick the trash can after the Mavs won last night.
Look at her.
That is a poodle.
It's a poodle.
Yeah.
Can't tell if that's a good.
See?
Oh, wow, that's a very comfy dog.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a poodle,
That's
not like a
straight up-
labradoodle.
Yeah, that's a real
No, it's a straight up poodle.
that's a real poodle, baby.
Wow.
Mm.
Mike asks, Nick had a dog? Yeah, I know. Everyone's wondering.
Nick has 2 dogs, apparently.
The Great Dane's not mine.
Wait, but the poodle is?
Yes.
But you're all living together
Well, I'm not.
in sin.
In one bed.
I'm not dating our roommate. I'm just dating my girlfriend.
Stib says she was trying to get your attention, Nick, because you ignore her. That's why she got into the trash. Why don't you talk about me on the radio?
Yeah, that's true.
I'm also an absent dog father.
Yeah, apparently.
Wow.
Yeah.
Happer and me handshake me.
Too busy editing down 25-minute interviews to 25 minutes from 50.
It's incredible. As busy as Josh and
Oh,
I
no.
are, we have time for our dogs.
Yeah,
Did you guys see that?
What happened?
So there is an umpire behind home plate in this game.
Yeah. Did he get blasted?
It is a female,
Uh-oh.
and she did a very poor job at throwing the ball back to the pitcher.
Uh-oh.
Very poor. Did not make it very far at all.
Chance
I'll be
writes,
honest with you, I can't tell what the gender of the umpire is.
She just had her mask off.
Oh, she okay.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's so much gear on. It's
Maybe they'll show it after a second here.
my guess is they probably won't, just because they don't want to make it look like they're shaming her.
Probably good. We should probably not talk about it too.
Wow. Chance writes, a second dog has hit the Grim residence.
The Great Dane is very lovable, but he's got a brain cell sometimes.
But-
He rarely has a brain cell.
Listen to this dog
No.
lover
Wow.
complain about the dogs.
I love the Great Dane. He's just kind of dumb.
Wow.
Oh,
all
boy,
dogs
this-
are idiots.
No,
everyone
wow.
knew this.
The poodle's smart. Poodles are smart.
Yeah, that's why they're getting in the trash. So smart.
Well, because she's acting out. It's like when a kid
because
writes
Nick
on the
is
wall.
ignoring her and
Josh's
not
dog can't
acknowledging
figure out
her
what
presence.
a door is. or
He's
what-
got arthritis.
and he's got
old.
arthritis.
Yeah, he says arthritis, but he's doing a great job. He doesn't get into the trash. Banks never gets into the trash.
I don't know how people deal with
Banks.
this stuff.
So when we got our internet installed last week when we first moved in, the guy who installed it apparently did not shut our gate all the way.
Oh.
Yikes.
And so Banks is out in the backyard, and I go and say, "Hey, Banks, you want to come inside?" And I do not see Banks. And of course, I'm like, what's going on here? So I
These are
immediately,
the same people that knocked on my door and asked me about my internet.
it might have been the same ones. And so I run out of the gate, and there he is. He's just across the street, just kind of sitting there. I'm like, wow, thank God you're a smart dog and just stayed.
Or is he an idiot and didn't know where to go?
Well, that was day 1 or 2 in the new home. So he
Yeah.
definitely probably was like, I don't know what's going on over here.
Wow.
So he
I don't
just
recognize.
sat down.
Yeah, it could have been a disaster.
Yeah.
Oh, no disaster. What a bad idea.
Like if I, was in New York and I got lost and then I just sat down, would you think that guy's probably an idiot?
You're a human, though, Happer. You can open up a phone and look in the apps. and
That's
such.
true. That's true.
Yeah, he
The
doesn't have a
dogs,
map.
I was told, can smell things really well.
Well, they
Uh-huh.
can.
Yeah, dogs, their main scent is their nose.
The main scent is their nose.
Yes. The smell is their main scent.
Wait,
That's
what?
good.
What are
That's
you
good
trying to say?
information.
Nose.
That's good information.
Yes.
What are you trying to say?
Dogs' main scent that they use more than any other scent is their smelling.
What other sense would they use?
You're talking about
scent.
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 You
Not
said
scent.
scent.
Not. It sounded like scent. I think he meant
Scent.
No,
scent.
what word were you saying?
Sense.
Sense?
You
Yes.
said scent.
Yeah, you said SCENT.
I
not-
think you heard that. That's not what I said.
I would
Check the
recommend.
tapes.
Yeah, go listen back to the podcast. see what
That's
you
how
said.
I heard it, but I understand
All
now
of
what
us
you
did.
mean.
Poll question: did Nick say scent or sense? I think he said scent.
Well,
It's okay, Nick.
If you
Okay,
heard
it's
the other
mistakes are
one, maybe
great.
it's on you for not putting context together.
It's on you.
No.
Absolutely.
Maybe you can just use your
You
critical
idiot.
thinking.
Nick, you've already led us astray in this segment by not acknowledging you had a dog.
I have a dog.
Also, you
Yeah.
talked about
Too late now.
Nick. You talked about 3 throws and verse,
Yeah.
instead of verses. So you'll understand
So
if I'm a little skeptical
verse
that you
and
know the
verses-
words.
The verse and verses one is a mistake that a lot of people make. And the 3-throw thing is just because I'm dumb and don't know basketball.
I mean, this.
I know what scent and sense is.
Well, I mean, you are kind of new to this dog world as of like 10 minutes
I
ago.
grew up raising dogs.
This
put out
is
a push-
fascinating.
Push notification.
I know
Did Nick
dog
say
ball.
scent or sense.
I know dog ball real well.
Yeah, you know how to cover up the dog too.
Wow.
Yeah, seriously.
I just got a text. My big ass ears confirm he said scent. Nick, it's hard to argue with big ears.
Okay, well, big ears. I will
Wow.
also say,
This is my friend an elephant.
even if I,
Put it on the push notification.
On the push notification.
even if I did say one over the other, it's on you for not using context to understand what I was actually saying.
That's right. That's
It's
right.
your fault.
Don't
it's
you
not
think-
mine.
This might be a good test of the push notification. Nick has a dog.
Breaking- Tune in now.
Tune in now to crossover to hear more.
Have
John,
you seen this? Have you heard about this?
I love this idea.
Nick has a dog.
I love this
Can
idea.
you imagine if we just instead of using it for
We use it for
actual
this
breaking news,
stuff.
we use it for this stuff?
Okay.
Hey, Mr. H, the underhits. Listen now.
Connor Happer wrote a song about Nebraska
Hey,
ball.
John, have you heard his song?
No,
I have not.
Oh my god.
It's out there.
Now you probably don't like Green Day. Have you ever listened to Green Day?
I'm unfamiliar of Green Day.
You know the song that they play at all the high school graduations?
Which one?
21 Guns.
No. You've
They
heard the
don't
song.
play that at
They
high school
played it, John. Remember
graduations.
the Seinfeld clip show that they did before the finale? The song that they played towards the end of that episode?
It's called Good Riddance. Another
what?
turning point, a fork stuck in the road.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he did. It's very good.
And when did you do this? Oh, well, obviously you weren't spending any time with your children, so you had plenty of time to write this
Exactly.
song.
That baby was fast asleep, not needing her diaper changed, and I was writing music.
Mm.
You did a great job. Stibbs was proud. I would say Stibbs would be proud. He was proud of you.
Stibbs was proud. That's all I really needed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming we can catch this on the podcast somewhere.
It's up. It's out there.
Check it out on 1620thezone.com.
Send
Is
a
it-
push notification.
Is it still called the radio replay drop?
I call it the podcast now.
Yeah, but on the website, is it?
Yes, I believe it's still called that.
Good, because that's mine. Trademark me. I
John,
came up with that.
I was in the meeting when John said, "What if we called them radio?"
John
replays?"
said that first.
He did. He was the first one.
John, I did that.
I did that.
Mm-hmm.
We had stickers made and everything. I put
Oh,
them on
wow.
all the gas pumps.
Look at this.
Then people started blaming me for the rise in gas prices.
Look at all these things that are in here. Gary and Matt, Connor Happer Show, Unsportsmanlike Conduct, Take 5, After Hours, 1620 The Jays, and Coach McDermott interviews. Look at all those things.
A lot of things.
I guess the
Many
latter two are the
things.
same thing, aren't they?
No,
No,
they're separate.
no,
The 1620 The Jays is for the podcast, and the Coach McDermott stuff is the post-game audio.
That's the Coach McDermott stuff.
Oh, is that a different feed?
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh.
It's a
Interesting.
feed inside of a feed.
Like and subscribe, Josh.
Apparently, I was not, I guess I hadn't noticed this year that stuff didn't go there. Because I subscribe to the 1620 The Jays feed. I get it every week. we put out a new episode,
Mhm.
which I've already recorded for this week. I'm working ahead on Monday.
Those are live.
They are, yes, they're definitely live.
yeah, they're live.
Mhm. Wow.
I've now recorded mine this week.
You have?
I have not.
Oh, I was like, wow, we're all working ahead.
I was happy to talk some baseball last week with a baseball man.
Baseball.
And then I watched that person play baseball.
I talked
That
some
is
tennis today.
18
guy.
innings of baseball.
Wow. How'd that go? Did you miss me?
I did. I wondered, where's Josh? What would he be saying right now?
I was watching basketball for the first game, and then we were using our grill for the second game.
How were you using the grill?
In normal ways, Nick.
Poorly.
No, it was great. Oh,
What'd you grill?
smash burgers. She also made some bacon on there too.
Oh, you got a griddle. You got a Blackstone?
No, it's the Weber version. Even better.
So you got a griddle.
Yeah, I mean,
Like a flat top.
yeah, it's a flat top. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So you don't actually have a grill.
Yeah, you don't have a grill. With the grates?
No, or do you not call those grills?
That's
It-
not a
no, no,
grill.
no.
It has a propane tank and it has a lid that you lift up and down.
But
don't call- those are-
what makes it a grill?
The cooking surface is a flat top. It is not
Correct.
a grill.
Here, I will show you. This is.
Yeah.
What makes a grill
You
a
don't
grill?
call that a grill?
No, I
No,
would
that's
call-
a
I
flat
would call it
top.
a flat top.
That's a flat top.
But how do you differentiate between that and like a flat top?
A
that
grill
is-
has to have open grates.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we don't have a grill. Okay.
Now,
but,
I
it's,
don't.
but it is
do they,
of grilling
It is-
outside.
do they make those where you can just take?
No,
where
this
it's
one is just the
interchangeable?
flat
No,
top.
no, but I'm saying they do make those where like
Like a transformer grill?
yeah, like a transformer more than meets the eye,
Oh.
and it makes
Yeah.
a cool noise and everything.
I think I knew somebody who had one of those back in the day.
Okay.
So we have the flat top, like what Schaefer has.
Yeah.
But we have the Weber version, not the.
You don't have a grill.
We don't have a grill.
Very sad.
Oh.
No, it's awesome.
You have
Makes
the
it
sex
easier
flat
though to
top.
have people having sex on it.
You know, the
True.
American dream
Yeah.
is
You're
not.
not getting those weird,
Burn marks on your
those
butt.
weird
True.
crisscross burn marks on your butt.
That's probably helpful.
You guys are so strange.
You're the one with the grill.
I don't know what is the American dream a rental house and a flat top?
It's pretty
Or-
nice.
Or is it a house and a grill?
No, I'd rather have. I like the flat top. Now she's the one who did all the research into this versus a grill because the juices of the burger stay into the burger.
It's great.
It's really nice.
I want one.
dude, they're sweet.
I want one.
Yeah, so we did the maiden voyage of that last night, and then we watched our shows, our Sunday night shows.
Like Righteous Gemstones, where you saw Bradley Cooper's.
Spoiler alert.
Damn it! Spoiler alert!
John had
I had already forgotten. All right, next thing you're going to tell me that Nick's got a dog.
Hey,
Well,
John, I have
what?
some news for you.
You've got a
How
dog?
many
Dog.
dogs?
Jeez!
And then we watched White Lotus. Does anyone in here watch White Lotus? Am I the only one watching White Lotus?
No,
too?
the one. What's the theme song?
John, he is incredibly close. Nick,
That's
you
all I
should-
know
Man,
about
there
the
is
show.
there are so many
Nick,
things
you
I
should
could
open
or
up-
would say, but I'm not going to say them because I'll get in trouble.
Nick, search season 1 White Lotus theme because that one's better than the new. We skipped the new one. It's bad. I don't like the new one.
Wait, they changed the theme song?
It's like a slightly very because the bit of the show is that they travel to the hotel is called. The first season was in Hawaii. The second season was in Italy, and now they're
so
in
it's a
Thailand.
chain of hotels.
Yes, but it's a different cast every season. Last night there was
Oh,
some
it's
What do
one
they do
of
with True
those
Detective?
like True Detective. Though there have been a couple characters who have been in every season because it's a hotel. Some people it might be. She's like, is he wearing anything underneath that? He had like a really small robe on, and then sure enough, a minute later, he spread his
Yeah.
legs.
So she had the sense that the dong was coming.
Sense or sense?
Scent.
Scent. She
There was a scent.
She smelled the dog.
Nice.
Our new TV is awesome.
Doesn't sound very good to me. There's certain things I don't want smell-o-vision to pick up.
Hey, Otto did put out a poll question. What did Grim say? Sense or sense?
We'll see how that one comes back.
Oh, man.
John writes into the Equitable Bank inbox,
Hello,
my
John.
camper has a propane tank and the door opens and closes. By Josh's logic, that would make my camper a
Damn
grill.
it.
That's right.
Well, I am the idiot here.
Congrats.
Hmm.
Is your camper a grill? Poll question.
I mean, technically, it's close. You could say it's a griddle.
Yeah. See, but when
That's what I always say.
But it sounds like it's so small. If I said I had a griddle, we made food on the griddle, you'd say, so what do you do? Like one burger? When I hear a griddle, I think of something like that we could have in the studio. Like when you made the brats that one time, that was a griddle. That's so small, though.
Really?
I think so.
That's not what I think.
Yeah, but there are other things that you refer to generally that some of them are smaller and yet you still call it by the same name.
Like what?
I don't know.
I don't know what you're joking, but I probably don't appreciate it. Star Wars Fiends, literally audio cuts out. Next thing you hear Josh talking about naked men.
I'm going to have to. So the thing Chris fixed earlier, I guess it's not back to how it should be.
Oh,
still.
bummer. All right. Well, we'll get there, Nick.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
It's all right.
We're halfway there.
Someday.
Yeah.
That's the crossover.
It is. It's over.
Because we got a guest coming up in a few minutes.
Yeah, we do.
It's wild. It's a different
Tom
time.
Fornelli?
Tom Fornelli. Nice get, Nick.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yep.
Brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather.
Wrong. That's the
that's the lineup.
That's the
Jeez.
daily lineup.
Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
We love them.
We do.
They're great people.
And we'll get to the lineup powered by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard next on 1620 The Zone.
Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
And yes, UNO.
It's in the theme song. It's
Of course,
there.
they don't really refer to themselves as UNO.
Not anymore.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes,
UNO. Bum, 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 bum.
Just doesn't. I don't want to turn into another company. There's this fine advertiser who had to change their jingle because they changed one of the words in the song and it messed up everything, messed up the whole mojo.
Mm-hmm.
I would hate to go to Ian and say, well, maybe it should say yes, Omaha, but that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, we don't want
Yes,
him to
UNO sounds better.
Yeah, I don't want him to have to redo it. Na, 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 na.
Some of us like the old school. I like
Old
calling them UNO.
Do you?
UNO is cool.
All
Not that Omaha's not cool, but
It's like Kearney State. We should bring back Kearney State instead of UNK. Did you know that, Nick, that Nebraska Kearney used to be called Kearney State?
I
Did
agree.
not.
Memphis State wasn't that one? Because isn't that what Charles Davis still called him to
They
rip
still
him a
call
little
them
bit?
Memphis
No,
State.
it makes sense for me. They should keep the UNO thing. Should have kept the UNO thing because UNO, that means number one.
Oh, look at this branding, boy.
Either that or it's a really fun card game to play.
Oh, man, I do like Uno.
Is Uno fun?
Yes, it is.
I feel like you lose friendships over Uno.
You lose friendships over you lose
going
friendships
on with
over
you?
Monopoly, Connect Four.
Your dog hates you and wants you dead. You lose friendships over UNO? What
Uno,
else?
not UNO.
What's going on with you, Nick?
Play Uno with a group of friends
I
and hope
have.
it doesn't end in a bloodbath.
They're still my friends.
Are they?
They're my family as well.
Mm.
We should play Uno on the radio.
Oh, that could be fun.
What's wrong, John? You have a look.
You know, we do have a prize to give away this week.
What? What are we giving away this week?
I believe it's to the Woodcliff.
Oh, there it is. You talking about this
The-
week's zone deal, John?
I believe so.
Talking about this week's zone deal, John?
I think Uno on the radio is a great idea.
Oh, that could be fun.
Now, how would we do it?
Excellent question. Plus, you'll be gone.
Well, not on Friday.
No, you'll be on the air and on Wednesday, right? You're doing the show Wednesday?
Yeah,
I don't
well,
have a feeling.
I'm a Monday,
Scared the
Wednesday,
crap out of me.
Friday guy this week.
Wow,
Apparently,
you're like stern.
because on Thursday. Well, we'll get to that in a minute. We don't
Yeah.
want to cross the streams of all of our promotions.
No,
We
we have
also-
a lot of things going up this
We
week.
need to. So my house rule when I play Uno is we always stack the draw fours or the draw twos. We stack those.
What?
Would we? Yeah, you don't do that.
Maybe that's why he hates his friends, because he plays it in a weird way.
Yeah.
Why
No,
would
this
you do
isn't
that?
like
I think it's a fun way.
this
to play
isn't
Uno.
like free parking, no free parking.
It results
on
in your
Monopoly.
friendships dying, Nick.
No, you got to have
if you
all the
put down a
cards.
+4 and then another person puts down the +4, that goes to the next person. That's how that should work. It stacks it, and then that other person has to draw 8 cards.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's not how that works.
Well,
If you put down a +4, that means the next person's got to draw.
unless they have another +4 card,
No,
and then they
you
can make
don't.
the next
No,
person.
no,
It stacks.
that's a terrible idea.
No.
That's awful.
That's how adults play Uno.
That is
John.
not. It's not in the rules.
Oh, you like soft Uno. You like participation trophy Uno.
No, I like Uno the way God intended to play Uno. When God invented Uno, that's how he invented it.
Thank you, Lord.
It's in the Bible. Look it up.
Is it?
There's as much chance of that being in the Bible than the whole no meat on Friday thing.
Nice. Oh, China's just going to be triggered about this for over a month. We're going to have to deal with this for a month. Just flip your wife the bird and say, honey, I'm eating a damn burger tonight.
Look at all these people in the chat saying I'm right about Uno and stacking.
Okay.
No.
2 people, Nick?
No.
All
This is-
these people.
This is
Okay.
terrible. This is
Are
a
2
terrible
people all
idea.
these
I don't
people?
like this at all.
Okay.
I don't like this.
But we do
at
have
all.
the zone deal this week to Woodcliff Restaurant, Friday morning, 9 o'clock, 1620, thezone.com. And if you listen to us throughout the week, we'll give them away. We just got to figure out how. And maybe it's Uno on the radio.
If we can play Uno on the radio, I think that's the way to go because Uno is in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of that, the Grum Down is brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Will the dance feature the Mavs? And yes, UNO.
Ba, ba, ba.
Which, by the way, I just saw this here a minute ago. Kenneth
Hello, Kenneth.
said that CBS has them listed as Neb-Ohm
I
on
saw
their bracket.
that. Nabom.
Why would you? They go by the word Omaha.
Mm-hmm.
Omaha has 5 letters, just as many as Nebom does.
Yeah, it's a great question, John. It's a great question.
Just put Omaha on the bracket. Yes, Adrian. Yeah, you need to call CBS right now and tell them to put Omaha on the bracket. You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Be Adrian Dowling, master,
the
master and the chief technician of
the director of athletics.
Omaha Athletics,
Getting it
not
done, baby.
Neb-Ohm.
Should we offer our thank you to Trev Alberts for allowing this to happen? Thank you, Trev, for doing this.
I mean,
Thank you for your service.
I mean,
Thank you. For
that
your
is
service.
true. Will the dance feature the Huskers? No, Big Red.
No, Big Red. No, Big Red. Oh, that's what Iowa fans should have chanted yesterday. That would have been a good idea.
All 17 of them.
It would have sounded like Go Big Red, though, so I understand why you wouldn't do it, but no Big Red. It's a good chant. Oh, whoops. My bad. I didn't know I could do that with those.
Kalkbrenner ties Ewing as Big East Defensive Player of the Year. Four-time Defensive Player of the Year.
Wow.
We have a new neighborhood watch program.
Yeah, because we're
and a new neighbor's moving in.
Yeah, we aren't talking about one of those teams anymore. They're done. They're toast. They're garbage.
Tom Fernelli will join us in just a few minutes.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
He's pitching 10 conference games. Or if you stack the 4 ways like Nick does, maybe they're just going to keep throwing on more games. Like Nick plays Uno. Mitch Sherman. You know, he's a football guy talking about hoops.
Oh, dude, I saw that tweet. I thought that Mitch's tweet was funny.
It was funny, and not going to cross the streams too much. He's not a regular guest on our show,
but to crap on Bigelow?
Well, I mean, that was a cheap shot at old Mitch.
Yeah, Bigelow.
Mitch has been covering the Nebraska athletics for a long time.
Bad tweet, Bigelow. Bad tweet. I thought it was funny. I thought Mitch's tweet was very funny.
Mitch's tweet was funny.
Yeah.
Fox guy. Nebraska's a sleeping giant.
Who?
Meant to get to this on Friday.
Oh, yes. Fox guy.
The Fox guy.
Yes, Mulvihill. Mulva. God, I forgot about that. Yes.
It's Michael Severe Mondays. Plenty to react from the weekend from Michael.
Today's the day, and poor Michael, he's not allowed to eat meat right now.
Oh, no.
So he will not be enjoying the delicious wings.
He's doing that to himself.
You have done that yourself.
He's doing that to himself. And that's not in the playbook either. And the NFL was paying out the big bucks on Sunday. A lot of people got paid on Sunday. Sunday's usually, on the 7th day,
My true love gave to me.
No, on the 7th day, God rested.
Oh.
The Sabbath.
I don't remember what 7
That's in the Bible.
I know, I read
Black
it.
Sabbath is in the Bible?
No, okay, Black Sabbath is not in the Bible.
Settle down, Nick. Come on.
You're already on shaky ground with the whole I didn't tell anybody about my dog thing.
I love her.
Yeah.
She's a good girl.
I'm trying to think of what I haven't told you guys about that I would love. Everything I do, I talk about on the radio. Everything Nick does, he talks about on the radio.
Even the things Josh didn't want to talk about. Sip spilled the beans on the radio.
That's true.
There. That was a fun day.
Yeah.
Sip had 2 sips of beer and let it slip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Out of control.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Grum Down presented by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. I am genuinely excited for the good people down the street there at 60-ish th in Dodge.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a long campus. It's all there along Dodge Street.
Yeah, I wonder if you
very exciting.
Yeah, if you ask the Omaha person, hey, well, they have so many campuses though. Some would say there, some would say over off of Pacific, some would actually say center, because that's where the arena is located. There's many places on many sides.
They don't play at the old Sapp Fieldhouse anymore.
We're all over the place.
But
all over the place.
First time ever in the tournament. The fact that they didn't have to quote unquote back their way in makes it more special.
Mm-hmm.
The way they ran roughshod through the Summit League. And it's so unique because we're used to around here when we follow teams that make the tournament, Creighton's been as high as a 3 seed, usually, you're in that, when you're in one of those power conferences, even when the Jays were in the Valley, they were usually a 9, a 10, sometimes an 11.
I think the last Corver year, they got up to a 6.
But this is so unique because we talk all the time about all those underdogs, those 16 seeds.
The games we watch, hoping for a 16 over 1 or a 15 over a 2.
We've got one right here in our own backyard, and we get a chance to actually see what it's like in person, because right now when you watch this team, you think, man, these guys are unbeatable.
Yeah.
They're playing amazing. They're playing great. But we all know next Sunday when the brackets come out, they're going to be somewhere in that probably 15 or 16 seed line. And a lot of people across the country, just like with every other 15 and 16 seed that makes their first ever tournament, yeah, it's a really cute story nationally, but then, reality hits. But we get to see this up close and personal. We get to see this team. We get to understand, hey, this is how these guys have been playing all season long. And they look like a team that could scare somebody.
They're playing some really good basketball. They have been for months now. They look
like a team that could scare somebody.
Yeah,
and again, we're looking at this from a whole different perspective because we've never had this before.
Correct. That's a great point. I hadn't even thought about it from that angle, because I've been thinking about it from the big picture. I know we joked about Trev a couple minutes ago, but this is why you make the move. This is why you go up to D1. The other stuff is great, right? They've had a lot of success. Of course, they made the Frozen Four.
Mm-hmm.
All that stuff is awesome. But you jump up to D1, and especially if you don't have football, for one thing and one thing only, and that is to get to the NCAA tournament. And they've been close. They've been in the championship game multiple times.
Yeah.
They had the 2-point loss close to a decade ago now, which is wild to think about that it's been that long. But you go to this game, you go to that final, hoping to get the victory. And I don't think it was that anticlimactic, but it was weird knowing Saturday, like, oh my gosh, St. Thomas won. They're going to the tournament. All the graphics came out, but then they get a win. And so like the fact that they also got to lift the trophy, they got to cut down the nets as champions of the Summit League.
Wear the shirts, wear the hats.
Yeah, like, man.
Spend that day in the sun.
This is why they did what they did. And so to get this moment, and now you look up and down, it's a combination of blue bloods and of just great programs at this moment. 1 seeds right now, Auburn, Houston, Florida, Duke, 2 seeds, Bama, Tennessee, Michigan State, St. John's. That's according to the bracket matrix. There are some national championship winning programs. Obviously, a lot of the favorites to win the championship this year are in that mix, and they're going to get to face one of those teams, assuming they're not in the first 4. And even if they are, of course, they could win that game, but I don't think they will be. And so they're going to get to face one of those teams, and they're going to be on the broadcast. We're going to see that, the 16, and hopefully it says Omaha.
And not Ohm or Neb-Ohm.
Nabom. Or even UNO, whatever it says. Like,
it says Omaha.
We're going to get to see that, man. Like, that is whatever time, maybe it's the first game of the day. Maybe it's one of the middle. Oh, it's going to be great.
You're good. And no offense to what the hockey team has done in the Frozen Four, but this will be the most watched Omaha Mavericks sporting event, at least in the last 40 years. I only put the caveat on there because they were on.
Yeah.
Back when ABC had Division II games on, they were on,
Yeah, when there were rules about that stuff.
College afternoon or Saturday college afternoon football. I still see Coach Buddha wearing his tuxedo on the sideline, which is a cool look. But yes, in the what I would call the modern era of television, this will be the most exposure that Omaha Maverick Athletics has ever received for the one game.
And depending
on what they do, it could be even greater than that.
And depending on, if they're the 15 or the 16, whatever, depending on what else that region looks like for that day and TV matchups, like there's a world where they're on CBS, like that. That is incredible. No matter what they're on, TNT, TBS, or True TV, it's going to be great. But you're right. This is going to be they're going to be on all the, we download the brackets. You fill out the bracket in the newspaper, however you do it. It's become second nature.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to imagine even Creighton fans, after all the success, they love that feeling of opening up the bracket and seeing their name. To know that Omaha or UNO or Nebraska-Omaha, whatever nomenclature will be used, to know that they will be on there, it's a special, special feeling when you get to see either a team that you love or a team that you follow or a team that you just live in the city of.
Mm-hmm.
And they will be there. And that is going to be pretty damn cool to see.
All right, so coming up, Tom Fernelli of CBS Sports. We'll have more on the Mavericks, and can they avoid that play-in game or that first 4 game? We will look into that in the Neighborhood Watch program and a whole lot more. 402-951-1620 if you want to get in touch with us on the Chris Crutchfield hotline.
Nice.
You go to the dance for the first time, you get a hotline named after you.
I like it.
Or the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally, answer the phone on the first ring. Or J-Tech Construction's own Twitter page if it's working.
It's back, folks. I got tweets coming in left and right.
Kind of working. Some areas it's not working.
Yeah, it's not working in one area right now. Which is
We'll
fine.
fix that.
Yeah.
Eventually.
What an efficient website.
I mean, every website goes down now and then. This isn't the first time a Twitter's gone down.
I'm just glad that it's such an efficient website. The person who owns the website must be a very efficient person.
You're just a terrible person, Nick.
I bet everything he touches is very efficient.
All right, let's go to break. Stop arguing about
1620 The
Elon.
Zone.
Hello, I'm Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. If you've ever wanted to have your cake and eat it too, there's good news. You can have that every day at Equitable Bank. You get state-of-the-art mobile banking as well as online banking. And if you ever forget your password, don't worry. You can give us a call at 402-827-8100 and we'll answer it on the first ring to help. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Do you know a high school senior who'd like a $12,000
And we're back. 402-951-1620. Right now, folks around college football are trying to get a team to move to 9 conference games.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody out there says, 9? Why don't we go for 10? You're saying, man, that's crazy. Well,
Or is it a great idea?
or is it a great idea? Our next guest thinks it's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Tom Fernelli, and he is with CBSSports.com. Tom, good afternoon. Happy Monday. Sorry, Tom, did I have you?
Yes, you do.
Oh, there you are.
We do. Sorry, we had a little technical glitch there. What did you make of Matt Rule? Because I think this is where all the genesis comes from your idea. But Matt Rule basically last week said the quiet part out loud in regards to non-conference scheduling. When you heard that, what was your first thought?
I was annoyed, and then I was like, damn it, he's right. Because if we're going to this situation where, and it really does look like we will be going with the way that they're pushing, we're going to have automatic bids for, like the Big Ten and the SEC, as well as the ACC and the Big 12. If we expand to 14 or 16 teams in the college football playoff, and of that field, like 1 or 2 teams are at large spots and the rest are reserved for, where you finish in your league, there really is no point to scheduling those big non-conference games against, other top programs, because if you win, you really don't have a whole lot to gain as far as there being at-large spots available. And if you lose, it might be the one thing that ends up costing you the at-large spot. So it annoys me because I enjoy those games. I think every single college football fan in the country enjoys having those games. Like when the season begins next year and Ohio State and Texas are playing in a rematch of the college football playoff semifinal, I don't think anybody's going to be bothered by that. But if you take those kind of games away, and like happened with Nebraska where they canceled the Tennessee series, and now you're a Nebraska fan who's still paying the same amount of money for season tickets, but instead of having, Tennessee come to town, you get Bowling Green. It's not exactly an attractive option for fans who, frankly, have been on the short end of the stick to a lot of the changes in the sport in recent years.
Tom, you said it at the beginning of the answer. It seems like this is the path moving forward. It seems like the 4-4-2-2-1-1 model is going to be the model. Depending on if they go to 14, I guess it could alter a little bit if they go to 16. Do you think there's been, like, A, enough pushback, and maybe B, this realization of, oh my gosh, you're affecting non-conference games in such a degree that it would lessen them? Like, has there been enough of that out there that maybe at the last minute they could decide this is not what would be best for college football, or is it just full steam ahead?
I think that there's pushback. It's just you're not seeing it vocalized or publicly expressed, because if you look at the situation, like the ACC just agreed to a deal last week in which they will be paying teams, in their league, instead of equally sharing the television revenue, it will be split by how much, you generate as far as wins on the field and television ratings, which is effectively a way of saying Clemson, Florida State, and Miami will get more money than every other school in the league. Please don't leave us for at least 5 more years when the new TV deal comes up, and then you can go join the Big Ten or the SEC or whatever it is you plan to do. So the ACC effectively signed its death warrant. So if you're running that league right now and they bring you a plan that says you're going to get 2 automatic berths into the playoffs, even if the SEC and the Big Ten are giving themselves 8 berths between the two of them, you're looking at saying, oh, we can get 2 automatically. That's a deal we kind of have to take right now. And if you're the Big 12, if they keep it without the automatic berths, based on the way things have gone in the Big 12, it's hard to imagine a lot of seasons in which that league is getting more than its champion into the field in an at-large spot. So the ACC and the Big 12 have reasons to accept that deal if that's what is pushed, even if it is not ultimately to their advantage and is only going to widen that gap between the SEC and the Big 10 and everybody else. So, yeah, I think there are plenty of people involved in the decision-making who aren't exactly thrilled with the idea, but they can't do a whole lot to stop it because the SEC and the Big 10 effectively have the decision-making power in the future of the college football playoff, and they are the ones with all the money, and they are the ones who, if they so deem it needed in a couple of years, could just go raiding those conferences for what they feel are the best schools remaining. So I think that you're just kind of in a situation where they've got, the proverbial gun to your head. What are you going to say no?
No. Tom Fernelli of CBSSports.com joining us. Not that this would be the first time that unintended consequences didn't come back to bite folks. I mean, certainly when NIL came about, I don't know how many people were necessarily thinking about collectives and how it was essentially going to turn into pay for play. But the same thing happens here. If you go to the auto bid format, where is the meaning in non-conference games? Yeah, maybe there's one at-large spot that's out there and available. But I mean, that's one spot versus what we have now, which is currently 8 at-large spots when you think about it. And so the non-conference games do mean something. So now the unintended consequences, you could still play a Georgia versus Ohio State, but it's really not going to mean anything towards the ultimate prize, which is to get access to the playoff.
Exactly. So I think if you read tea leaves, or maybe they're not connected, but I can see them being connected in the future. Like, we have heard more and more schools who are just kind of pushing back against spring practice and spring games. And, we've seen a lot of schools that are starting to cancel their spring games who want to go to the more NFL style kind of OTA off-season approach to just coming together, having practices, and not making a big deal out of it. So effectively, and like what I wrote in the column, going to 10 conference games, it increases the number of games that matter on your schedule. So that way you're only playing maybe 2 non-conference games a year. If even that, I wouldn't be shocked if one of the ultimate outcomes of this is we just see a shorter regular season schedule to help justify the greater expanded postseason and the more games that we're going to be asking these teams to play. Although I don't know how happily TV networks would accept that negotiation, losing, some inventory on weekends. But I could also see teams just using those 2 non-conference games pretty much as, spring, like preseason games. Like, you will schedule an FCS team. You will schedule a G5 team like Bowling Green, and you will throw your guys out there, and that will effectively be your quote-unquote spring game. It's just now you're playing it in August and early September, which in reality isn't all that different from what non-conference games were only 20 years ago. Like, it wasn't that long ago when a college football season began and you were just watching your team beat some school you'd never heard of by 45 points and really having fun before the tough games started showing up. So I wouldn't be surprised if we return to that kind of format before we get into conference play, which is why I think instead of just going to 9, going to 10 conference games makes a lot of sense, in that you create more inventory for your television deals. You give your fans more interesting games to watch. And also it evens up the schedule, because it is ridiculous that we currently live in a landscape where, like in the Big 10 and the Big 12, we're playing 9-game conference slates. Half the league's getting 5 home games and half the league only gets 4. That doesn't make any sense, particularly if you're going to a format in which you're going to have automatic burrs based on where you finish in the standings. So to not have a balanced schedule as far as home and road games would be idiotic, because it's going to be giving half your league a huge advantage over the other half every single season. So I think logically it makes sense to expand to 10 if you're going to expand at all. Maybe, who knows, maybe they go back to 8. You never know. But I think 10 would be better for everyone involved, because it keeps more games in the regular season, which provides more inventory, which gives fans more games, and everybody makes more money in the long run. So just based on everything they do, I think expansion is far more likely than retraction.
So, Tom, you said it there, logical. This has not been a sport that has obviously always followed logical things. Like, how realistic is this idea? Because it makes so much sense on its face. If we're going to lessen non-conference games, I, as a fan, I'm guessing you as a fan of college football, we want games of importance to still be there. Is this something that you think, maybe not immediately, right? Because it would take a lot of years of planning or whatever, but how likely could such a thing like this be to happen in the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, I was talking to somebody at the Big Ten meet, the last summer at the Big Ten Media Days. I was talking to somebody just kind of off the record, and I brought up the subject. I says, why don't you guys go to 10 games? And they just kind of gave me like a raised kind of eyebrow, head shaking kind of look, where I think it's already been discussed in some levels of being possible down the line, but I don't think it's imminent. I think it's one of those things where if it does eventually end up happening, it will be 5 years from now when, again, I mentioned this, I talked earlier, the ACC signed its death warrant last week. They are, they've got, the diagnosis is they've got 5 more years before they are torn apart and sold for parts. And I think that once you see the Big Ten and maybe the SEC both expand to 20 teams, that's when you will see the 10-game conference schedule come into play, because then you're playing half your league at least every single season, which will increase your ability to see, your rivals and all that kind of stuff. And it just makes more sense with giant leagues to play more league games. But I think it will be, I think it's likely to happen. I would say 80% chance we see 10-game slates. It's just, it might not be for another 5 or 6 years.
Interesting.
Tom Fornelli of CBSSports.com. One of the other unintended consequences of the auto bid format, and if we continue the trend of not scheduling Power 4 versus Power 4 non-conference games, is how is the committee? Because they've said, hey, the good news is we'll take the selection power away from the committee. It'll just be a seeding committee. How are you supposed to seed teams when you have nothing to compare them against? If Alabama hasn't played anybody from the Big 10 or anybody from the Big 12, and they've only played, G5 or FCS teams, how are we supposed to determine who actually is worthy of the top seed, the second seed, the fifth seed, the ninth seed?
Oh, they'll cherry pick certain stats and they'll tell you that they matter. And then they'll show the charts to the committee members, and then they'll be like, oh, well, this team looks better than this one. And it's just, I have never been to one of the mock selection committee things that they do. I have colleagues who have been, and I've talked to them, and they've explained the process to me, and they tell you that they show you all these stats and they give you all these numbers, but nobody ever asks them why those stats are the ones they use. So I think we will end up seeing that same kind of system going, where they will use seeding based off of power ratings. I think you will see more like, you look around, if you look at the college football universe online, there are a lot of, I would say, stat nerds who have created like these power ratings, which are useful tools to kind of determine the difference between a lot of these teams. And they have proven to be accurate for the most part when, comparing them to what sports books put out as far as gambling lines. So I think that the further we get down the line here, the more we're going to go back to a BCS-esque model in which we see those kind of metrics become part of the process, where maybe the committee will just kind of do their own human poll, just, like an AP poll of their own, made of select committee members. And then they will blend that with what the power polls that they have chosen for this process, spit out. And then they will come to their seeding based on that. I don't think that they will ever get rid of the college football playoff committee, whatever the responsibilities are, because, hey, everybody doesn't mind a free trip to Dallas once in a while and free food and all that kind of airfare stuff. So that's always an attractive option for plenty of people. So I think they will keep that around. It's just their actual impact on what the playoff field looks like is going to diminish greatly.
Hey, Tom, I'm curious, your reaction to Matt Rule, I guess, in seemingly making waves multiple times this offseason. This whole conversation is built off of what he had to say about the non-conference schedule stuff. I know that he was not the first coach or school that canceled a spring game, but he definitely kind of pulled the ripcord in a unique way this year by talking about the portal and poaching players. That made some waves. What have you made, I guess, of his impact? Is too strong of a word, it seems like, but his impact, I guess, on college football over the first couple months of the offseason?
I mean, it's not surprising to me that in a time in which the college game is, moving more towards an NFL model, a coach who had just recently spent a few years working in the NFL is kind of just saying, hey, guys, none of this makes sense. If we're just going to do this, why don't we just do it already? So I think that it's not a surprise from that aspect. And also, like he said in that one interview with Meyer, which spawned my column to begin with about, the 10 games, he says, listen, I've been doing this long enough and I've been fired long enough to no longer really care, just kind of saying what I think. And I think he's reached that point in his career where he's comfortable saying it. Now, I don't put too much stock into it being Rule doing it. I just think that he's been out there. He's just kind of saying, hey, what are they going to do? Fire me? I've been fired plenty of times before. And just his ideas, it's not like they're wild ideas. They make plenty of sense. And the idea of the non-conference games not mattering, that's not like, it comes as a shock if you haven't thought about it. Like I said, when I first heard it, I was mad just, spiritually because of what it meant for the future of the game. But the realistic nature of the thing is it's 100% true. If this is going to be the model going forward, what we have been doing at the college football level, whether it comes to the way we schedule things or the way we schedule things in the spring when it comes to our practices and our quote unquote training camps, none of this stuff makes sense anymore. We need to change more than just paying the players and figuring out how we're going to do that. We have to change our calendar with the transfer portal. We have to change our calendar with everything because we live in a situation right now where the sport is reacting instead of thinking ahead. And when you do that, there's no plans and you kind of just play it by ear, it leads to a whole lot of stupid things. Like the transfer portal right now, it makes sense in that, hey, the players finally have freedom, NIL, they can do it. And it makes sense if you're a kid who a school is offering you a bunch of money to come play for us. All right, I'm not going to knock you for doing it. It's just the timing of it is absolutely ridiculous, but that's only a result of the fact that we never planned for it. It just happened one day.
Tom Fernelli, CBSSports.com. Tom, I think it's a really interesting idea. And, I'm as one who wants, good games and less bad games. Maybe this is the way. We'll see if it actually transpires. Of course, there's a lot of things that have to happen between now and then, and who knows how many twists and turns we're going to see. Appreciate the time this week.
Thank you for having me. You guys have a good week.
You too.
Thank you, Tom.
Tom Fernelli of CBSSports.com. But that was the other thing I was thinking about today. All the talk is, well, we'll take some of the pressure off the committee because now they don't have to worry about picking the teams because the teams will be picked for them because it's top 4 in the Big Ten and top 4 in the SEC and blah, 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 blah. How are you supposed to seed teams when you have no data points to go off of other than, well, Penn State, their non-conference schedule this year was Ball State, the Citadel, and, Maryland Eastern Shore.
Yeah, and
meanwhile, Alabama, they finished first in the SEC and they played Appalachian State and Georgia Southern and Roast Beef State.
Yeah, if your goal is to take power away from the committee, and it certainly seems like that is one of their goals, this weirdly wouldn't do. It would do that in some ways. They wouldn't have to decide who is in, but they would have to decide seeding. Which, how many times, John, over the course of the next week, will we say, it's about matchups.
Yep.
It's about who are they playing.
Yep.
That stuff is super vital. And I mean, we saw it in this year's playoff. Speaking of Penn State, they didn't have to face Ohio State. Now, they never faced them because they lost to Notre Dame, but they didn't have to face Ohio State in the second round like Oregon did. Oregon won the Big Ten, and their reward was getting a Rose Bowl versus a team that was on their way towards winning a national championship. It's a great point, and another, as always, unintended consequence that sometimes I miss. Like, I think we have been very keen in hitting on, look, this is going to render non-conference games pretty useless, which is a huge bummer. We like those. It's a bummer. Forget about wins and losses, and if you want Nebraska to have more wins, it's a bummer just as fans of college football. If these things die, or if they become glorified preseason exhibition games.
Which actually makes it worse.
It does. If you get a helmet game and it's Nebraska versus, I almost said USC, but that's a conference game now. If you get Nebraska versus LSU, it's like, okay, cool. They're in Memorial Stadium, or Nebraska's traveling down, to play at
But
Tiger
if there's
Stadium,
no stakes,
it just lessens it. It's like, oh, bummer they lost, but like, oh, well, doesn't really matter very much. Like, what do you do with that? You're right, though. How does the committee decide? Well, here's what they would do. They would decide in ways that would annoy you. They would go off of recruiting rankings and talent, and it would very much turn into eye test conversations.
Sure
and if a predictive website or whatever, if an SP Plus or a K-Ford, whoever it is, if it likes a league more than other leagues, whether that seems correct.
What if
or
the
not,
Kevin Pauga index is involved?
You're going to get annoyed by that.
Yes,
and
you
so
are.
It's because you do want it decided on the field, but in a sport that is this unwieldy, you do need some way to compare non-conference. You need some way.
And there will be less and less of those opportunities.
Correct.
Much less of those opportunities.
No.
And I don't think that's good. That's not good for the sport.
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder at what point do the television networks step in? Because
we can't have this.
As we know, they drive the bus.
Yeah.
It's their money that has been fueling this bus.
100%.
And if you're giving them less good inventory, that can't be good for them. It cannot be good for them that the first month of the season, which is predominantly non-conference games, might be filled with a bunch of essentially exhibitions. Which, again, this is assuming that this 4-4-2-2-1-1-1-1-5-0-6 plan goes through.
Yeah.
If this goes through and it essentially nullifies the importance of non-conference games, I can't imagine that Fox or ESPN or anyone who televises this is going to be looking forward to, oh man, football is back, and we have a month of meaningless, basically college football preseason.
Yeah.
That can't be good for them.
Especially when they're spending that much money,
Right.
Right now we have
You can't just keep leaning on, well, it's football and people will watch.
Yeah.
No, people do not watch preseason NFL games
Nowhere
at the same
near
level
this,
that they
exactly.
watch regular season NFL games.
And
It's
you
not
said
even
it.
close.
You know what might be worse actually than Nebraska versus Bowling Green versus Miami of Ohio and versus Kennesaw State? You know what might be worse than that? Nebraska versus LSU in a game that's a preseason game. That might be worse because on the surface it feels big, just like on the surface a preseason game. I mean, it is Cowboys versus Chiefs. Cowboys versus Chiefs, great branding. But come on, if it's in August, people aren't caring. It doesn't matter.
No.
Doesn't mean anything.
I'd much rather see Nebraska versus roast beef state.
A lot of people love roast beef. By the way, speaking of the NFL, how about this? News coming down over the last 15 minutes that the Texans, who already had offensive line issues, you remember C.J. Stroud getting sacked a few times last year, are trading 5-time Pro Bowl offensive tackle Laramie Tunsil to the Washington Commanders. The Commanders are getting Tunsil and a 4th-rounder this year. The Texans are getting a 3rd-round pick, a 7th-round pick in 25, and a 2nd-round pick and a 4th-round pick in 26. Odd. That the Texans, you talk to us
Wonder
like
how CJ feels today.
dude, a year ago we were like, whoa, that team is on the up and up in the AFC. And a year later, it's like, yikes. Their offensive coordinator got fired. They're trading away good pieces. Yikes. So that news just coming down.
Been a very busy last few hours in the National Football League.
Yes, it has.
Now, I'm sure, they're trying to alleviate some cap space.
Sure.
But, it kind of feels like rebuilding mode.
It does, which is nuts. They have a quarterback on a rookie contract.
It feels kind of rebuilding.
The most valuable thing in sports is to have an NFL quarterback on his rookie deal if he's good. It's the most valuable thing, and they have it.
Yeah.
This should be when they are going all in to win now.
Correct.
And instead, they're selling off players. Yikes.
Coming up next, we got a new neighbor in the Neighborhood Watch program.
Hello.
That we now have to watch out for.
We do.
And another neighborhood that it's on fire.
We're kicking them out. They failed the HOA.
Their grass was a little bit too long.
Yeah. They didn't tell us they had a dog, and it made us really uncomfortable with them.
Hey, I have a dog.
Interesting.
But this has been a great year for a couple of the schools right here in Omaha. And a lot of the reason for that is because the best college athletes are going to places because of NIL. And this is your chance with On the Line, an Omaha-based company, to help partner with your favorite school to make sure that pipeline to good athletes keeps flowing. On the Line, based in Omaha, works with all 3 major Nebraska Division I institutions, the Mavericks, the Blue Jays, and the Huskers. And all you have to do is visit athleticsontheline.com, pick your favorite school, then attach a measurable metric, maybe for the tournament. It could be field goals made. It could be 3-pointers. It could be free throws. Whatever the case may be. Then attach a dollar figure to that, and for every time that metric hits, that's a donation towards your favorite school's NIL. You set the budget, so it's whatever you can afford, but it's a way to gamify your giving and reward your team when your team rewards you. And for a couple of those fan bases out there, you've been well rewarded this season. So get on the line today. athleticsontheline.com. Support your team. Get in the game. Gamify your giving with On the Line. athleticsontheline.com. It's time to head back into the neighborhood.
Look at that jaw.
The Neighborhood Watch program. Our bi-weekly look at who the teams are in each of these schools' neighborhoods and how can they improve their standing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've had some changes, some major changes.
Oh, yeah.
One neighborhood has been condemned. It's been taken over by eminent domain. The government's building a new road, and they're just going to wipe out the whole neighborhood.
See,
it's like a brand new freeway, and they're taking out all the homes, all the businesses, they're relocating all the people.
I've been rewatching Walking Dead lately, and I picture this neighborhood as in season 2 when they're on the farm, then they go to that housing development that was full of zombies.
Give me back my Mad Men DVD, Nick. This is disgusting.
What?
You're rewatching Walking Dead?
Yeah.
That might be the worst sentence you have ever uttered on this radio station.
I've said worse.
No.
Yes.
I'm rewatching The Walking Dead.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, you want to finish your little reference here?
Well, either way.
That was a reference. It's full of zombies.
It's full of zombies.
Wow. Rewatching Walking Dead. I regret watching that show.
Really?
Oh, yeah, it's garbage.
Well, taking a look at the
No offense.
resumes, and I already realized I made one mistake. I haven't updated Creighton's wins. They're 22-9.
Wow, Blue Jay Bishop doesn't even support the Blue Jays.
Yeah, who are you now, John?
What?
If you're not Blue Jay Bishop, who are you? You're a man without a country. You're Rammy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Rammy.
But Creighton's net 38, their Ken Palm 36. Look at Omaha.
I see them.
They were in the 200s.
Like the low 200s, were they not? Or high, the bad 200s? Weren't they closer to 300 at one point, like 260 something?
Maybe way back at the beginning of the conference season, but certainly when we started doing this exercise, they were well into the 200s.
Yeah.
They're now 165 in the net, 158 on Ken Palm. On Bracket Matrix. Now, keep in mind that Bracket Matrix, most of these brackets came out Saturday or early Sunday before the Mavericks actually clinched the auto bid to the tournament. That's why Omaha was not showing up on 6 brackets.
Yeah.
Because they were basically using the Summit League place filler for something else. But we all know they are in the tournament. They have guaranteed a spot.
Yeah.
But there are a couple brackets that have them as a 14 seed. Most of them is 16. Bart currently has them as a 16. But
have you looked through to see where they compare to other teams of this ilk?
Oh, yes. That's why we do this.
All right.
That's why
I guess
we
that's
do
true. We
this
got to go to the
exercise.
neighborhood. Let's go to the neighborhood.
Let's go to the neighborhood. It's Mr. McDermott's neighborhood. Now, we've added another seed line to this conversation, and that's the 7 seed line, because that's where a lot of Jays fans would like to get off that 8-9 line, if you will, and not have to face a number 1 seed in the second round should they get there.
Oh, yeah.
So we've included those teams on the 7 seed line on Torvik's T-Ranketology, like Marquette, BYU, Louisville, and St. Mary's. And when you factor in all of those teams, right now, Creighton is still in the middle of the pack in terms of what their net ranking is. I mean, you have Gonzaga, who is 8th. They're 8th in the net, but they're sitting there on the 8 seed line.
How crazy is that? That they are that high. Kansas, I know that they're not on this graphic, but Kansas is another team that their net ranking, I guess let me pull it up real fast. Their net ranking is way higher than what they have actually been this year, though they did pick up a win over the weekend. Kansas right now, John. Oh, they finally dropped. They're 18th. But at one point, they were hanging out near the top 10 as recently as like 2 weeks ago.
It makes me wonder if Gonzaga might not be one of those teams that gets a higher seed from the committee than what the bracketologists have been giving them.
Higher,
because when you look,
as in like they'll
a
be
better
like,
seed.
Yeah, because the numbers love them so much.
The numbers do love them, and it's not like, I mean, it's not out of bounds. Gonzaga doesn't have any quad 3 losses.
But who do they? Who have they beaten?
They're only 3-6 in Q1, but they have played 9 Q1 games.
Dude, I mean, John, Nebraska has more wins in Q1 than Gonzaga does, though.
But they have more opportunities because they play in the Big Ten.
But who are the Q1 wins now for them? It's, I mean, I'm trying to figure out.
I don't remember
Yes,
off the top of my
anyway,
head.
I don't mean to go down a Gonzaga rabbit hole, but it'll be interesting to see kind of what they do with them, given what you're talking about. Where they
they do have history.
They do.
It helps to have a good name. I know the committee's not supposed to look at names, but you got to think that.
Oh yeah.
Names can certainly help.
Definitely.
But the Blue Jays, in terms of Q1 wins, they're sitting on 5 right now, which is third most among the other schools in this conversation. Now they're tied with several. Mississippi State, for example, has 7 Q1 wins, and they show up on this graphic. The Jays show up well in conference strength of schedule and non-conference strength of schedule. It's top 5 among these teams that are listed.
Yeah, they got some real good teams that they play in the non-con this year.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're in pretty good shape, but my gut tells me they need to get to Saturday to entertain any hopes of maybe sneaking into that 7 seed.
Yeah,
and I say maybe because according to a lot of the bracketologists, they're kind of sitting on that border between 8 and 9, which means they got to jump up, 3-4 spots. Now, it depends on what some of these other teams do, but remember, as the Jays are going to be getting, and their first game in the Big East tournament will not be a Q1 opportunity because neither DePaul or Georgetown is a top 50 team. And in the net, if you're top 50 in a neutral site, that's a Q1.
So they got to get to the second day to get.
So they got to get to the second day,
and they have to win that game on the second day.
Correct.
Well, yeah. So I'm happy you said that because Star Wars fan says, "Wait, is this taking into account the Big East championship? If Creighton wins the Big East, are we saying they wouldn't be above an 8 seed? If they win, would they have to be a 4 or 5? No, they would. Like John said, 7. Duncan says maybe a 6. You'd pick up in that world 2 Q1 wins along the way in the semis and the finals.
I think 7 is the ceiling right now.
Yeah, unless the bracketologists are way off.
Yeah, they could be, but usually they're not not that badly off. I mean, this is an average of over 100 different bracketologists.
I'm going to follow with them,
and maybe you get 1 bump, but to get bumped up 2, yeah, I don't think that's necessarily the case. So I think the ceiling for Creighton is to get a 7 seed.
Yeah.
And the floor is probably, they might be sitting on their floor right now, depending on what other teams do.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think that they are.
I think 9 is kind of where they're sitting right now. Okay. And I don't know if that changes much. All right. So that's
Creighton.
That is Creighton. We have a new neighbor.
Look at this.
It's Mr. Crutchfield's neighborhood.
Look at
Welcome
this.
to the neighborhood.
Look at this.
Now, the goal here
is figure out where they're going to get seated, right?
Try to get off that 16 line if you can.
Yeah.
Certainly get away from the first 4.
Yeah, so I asked you, how do they compare to the teams in their neighborhood?
Well,
we know what they have done lately.
Yep.
Where do they compare versus, and so teams that are around them right now: Bryant, Quinnipiac, Southern, SIU, Edwardsville, American. Those are teams on the 16. Norfolk State, Robert Morris, Central Connecticut, Northern Colorado.
Now, only 3 of these teams in Mr. Crutchfield's neighborhood have actually clinched: Omaha, Edwardsville, and Lipscomb. All the rest of the teams that are shown here on this graphic, the Wilmingtons, the Utah Valleys, Northern Colorado, Furman, Robert Morris, Bryant, Central Connecticut State, Norfolk State, Quinnipiac, Southern, and American, they are all still in their conference tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a potential, if any of those teams lose, a lesser team takes their place.
A dirty bid stealer.
So if you're a Mavs fan, you're rooting for the dirty bid Steelers.
Yes, because then you're going to get pushed up.
Because that's going to push you up because the Mavericks doubled up as both the regular season and the conference champs, and their metrics have been improving. Omaha's metrics right now, when compared to this group, assuming that this is the group that will be there for the tournament. Let's take a look at non-conference strength of schedule.
Okay.
Non-conference strength of schedule. Omaha compares very favorably. It's 183rd. But remember, you're going up against teams like Robert Morris, 317th. Utah Valley, 284. Wilmington, 322.
And Omaha's was 183?
Omaha's 183.
Wow.
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th 8th in this group of teams. So basically in the middle of the pack, which isn't bad. Road record, and I don't know how much road record's going to matter as much, but the Mavs, they match up decently. They have 7 road wins. Now, most of those road wins, of course, all in conference, as it is for all of these teams. You don't have to worry about Q1. There's only one Q1 win amongst this entire group, and it belongs to Central Connecticut State, coached by a former Blue Jay assistant, Patrick Sellers. So you're not really looking at Q1 wins.
Okay.
I guess, if anything, you're kind of looking at Q4 losses.
Yeah.
Because there's plenty of opportunities there. The Mavs are 14-4 against Q4. And that 4 is a little bit on the high side. It's probably a little bit past the median. Because you've got a few teams in there that have only have 1 Q4 loss. Now there are others that have 5, 6, and 7 Q4 losses. So I think the Mavs are fairly representative. Basically, among this pack of teams, Omaha's kind of sitting in the middle, maybe just a little below the middle.
Okay.
Which is why, again, you get a couple of dirty bid stealers, and it's just going to push the Mavericks up a little bit higher to where they are either a 16 seed who does not have to play in the first 4, or maybe even bump them into the 15 seed category, which, of course, that means you're playing a 2 seed in the first round instead of a 1.
Yeah. Nice.
So the Mavericks are in pretty decent shape. I think they're in good shape to avoid the play-in game based on these numbers.
I would say so as well. Seems
Because
like they're
remember,
in a good spot.
the odds that all of these teams are going to win their conference tournaments are, there's always upsets. Always upsets in the Horizon, the SoCon, the American East, these types of leagues. There's always upsets.
Yeah.
So I think if you're a Mavericks fan, you don't have to pack for Dayton.
Look at that. Play on the first Thursday or Friday.
I don't think you have to pack for Dayton.
I like it.
That's what my gut tells me.
I like it.
I'm not a bracketologist, though.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, we have gone 90 minutes in, and we have not talked about the tire fire.
Oh, yeah. Well, there was that neighborhood that. Oh my God, the Undertaker!
Yikes. Hey, you know what? If the tournament was expanded this year, they still wouldn't be in.
They're the 12th team out on Torvik today.
So they'd be the second team out. No. Yeah.
No, they're looking at what, 8?
Fourth team out.
First 4 out.
Just missed.
Yeah, well, it happens.
Yes, it does. It does indeed.
I guess we better tackle it next.
I think we should.
Mr. Hyberg's neighborhood, which has now been condemned.
Not great.
1620 the zone. And suddenly it was over. All this conversation about they still make the tournament. We were having the wrong conversation.
We were. Will they make
the Big Ten tournament?
Yeah.
So it turned into a play-in game. The scenarios didn't play out so that Nebraska could still get in with a loss. And when you know who won the pony? Iowa did.
Go Hawks.
And won it easily.
Dude, they were down. I think the score early got to 9-2.
Mm-hmm.
I think 18-10. I think was the highest lead they had. And I remember saying to Riss, I said, "This is either going to be like the greatest day ever because they're just going to keep shooting like this, or this is going to be the worst loss." And it's like they lost, and it was painful, but it was not the painful that I thought it would be for fans. It was just like,
hey, at least you didn't lose on a last-second shot or a bad call at the end of the game.
It was a slow bleed, right? Like Iowa just came back. Suddenly they're up. And then the lead just keeps getting extended. And this is not the first time that anybody has said this over the last 24 hours. But the thing that blows me away about watching the game is how ho-hum it seemed. It seemed like a basketball game in January when you're kind of in the doldrums of the season. And it's like, that's a bummer. But nothing seemed at stake. Nothing. They did not seem like they were fighting for their lives. And in an 18-team league, they are somehow one of the 3 worst and will not go to the Big Ten tournament. I don't know if you and I are going to have any conversations today together or with our audience about should they do this, should they do that with Fred? Because I think those conversations are fairly useless because I don't think they will. But man, if there was ever a reason for me to look back on Friday's conversation and say, hey, maybe you should give more credence to it, it's missing the conference tournament. I mean, that is a wild stat. To not even get to play a game more after your regular season seems like an impossibility.
The funny thing is they could end up in that crown.
Yes,
and
correct.
be off for almost 3 weeks.
You know when that thing starts?
It's the week of the
Final Four.
Yeah.
And you know what that means? It means the portal is open by then.
Yeah.
Like, that's
assuming that's where they would end up versus the NIT.
And a lot of people are expecting them to be there. It does seem like that's where they will be, regardless.
And Fred has said we want to play extra basketball.
Sure.
Jawan Gary was there, saying he doesn't want it to end yet.
Yeah.
But I mean, especially after you have been sitting out for 2 or 2.5 or 3 weeks, and meanwhile, all this other exciting basketball is going on. How much are you really going to be jazzed and motivated for something like that? I don't know. But that's immaterial. I mean, honestly, who cares about those consolation tournaments?
Yeah.
Because, by the way, if you're saying, well, you can build for next year.
No, you can't.
You can't.
Again, the portal, the roster.
The portal and the roster.
Older players.
The roster's going to be turning over anyway, even without the portal.
Yeah.
Because a lot of guys are exhausted their eligibility.
Players came back.
There's really nothing in terms of building for next year other than maybe some good feelings.
Yeah,
and even then, I just don't know based on the reaction of yesterday
and just the cynicism of people
and the
in
general cynicism
right?
of Nebraska ball.
Yeah, because I don't care. They could win they could win either thing, and I will not care at all about it. But you are spot on. This is a group of players that are either going to leave because they're transferring, or they're going to leave because their eligibility is now expired. They came back for this. They finally, for the first time in a decade, make the tournament. And man, you look at the way that this year has unfolded now, where there is a 6-game losing streak, there is a 5-game losing streak. And I know there are winning streaks in there. They had a 6-game winning streak at one point. They had a 4-game winning streak at one point recently. But to think back to where they were at multiple points, whether it's after the UCLA game or going now into this 1-5 stretch. John, think about it. You look at the end of their season, and outside of that 4-game winning streak, they essentially lost every single time that they played basketball after the UCLA win. Almost every time they went out there. And all year long, I don't know how many times I've said, doesn't look like they have great chemistry. Doesn't look like they're, wanting to play together. And I know I've heard a lot of people acknowledge that as well. And Fred's hinted at that too. It's just like, what the hell happened to this team? What the hell? Why did Bryce Williams play as poorly as he did? How was the offense so bad yesterday against one of the worst defenses in the conference?
Right.
How How can they lose a game scoring 114 and how can they lose a game scoring 46? How can that happen? How can that be the same team over the course of a week? It's impossible.
Oh, it's possible.
I mean, yes, I did watch it, so it is very much possible.
It's possible. And honestly, that's what this program does. Just when you think just when you think you're out, they pull you back in, and then you remember why you should have been out in the first place.
100%. 100%.
Because this was not a team. I tweeted about it yesterday. Imagine on January 1st, and I know that's 2 months, and a lot of things can happen in 2 months, and a lot of things did happen in 2 months. 2 months ago, if you would have said, all right, put your bets down, who's making the tournament from the state of Nebraska, 90% of that money would have said Nebraska, and you wouldn't have got too many takers on the other two schools. And guess what? The other two schools easily in, and Nebraska is now easily out. There will be no drama.
No.
There will be no drama next Sunday.
Hey, at least you don't have to watch that with a pit in your stomach. There
That's
should
true.
be no pit.
Yeah, there should be no pit.
Unless it's just over because of the season's made you sad. Brian writes, this is great. If you said Nebraska would be a bubble team and just miss it before the season, no one would have batted an eye. And they somehow did it in the most unbelievable way. Justin, it's wild that a team that with one game left in the regular season was above the bubble line and one game later finished 16th out of 19 in their conference. Yeah, out of 18. The NCAA tournament needs no expansion. Yeah, if there is ever a reason why not to expand, they are.
Yeah, because this is one of the teams that would be at least in the consideration. And when you watch this team, do you say that's a worthy team in the NCAA tournament?
Yeah.
Of course not.
Yeah.
If you have any basketball sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
How can you reward a team that has gone 5-12 since January 7th?
Since the UCLA game, right? That's the
5-12.
Man, and you want to talk about a game now that in hindsight,
that's not postseason worthy.
No, it's not. And yeah, it saved me on, they don't care about the last 10 games. Maybe they should when you have a team that is falling apart like this. And it doesn't matter in the end. They're not going to make it.
But when you look at it, especially these last 5, Penn State, it's a program that was going nowhere. They were never going to be a tournament team.
And they no-showed. Yeah, they're a team that missed the tournament.
Michigan, you can understand it.
Hey, they played them well. Played them tough at the very least.
Minnesota at home.
Bad.
With
Horrible.
everything to play for.
Horrible.
Ohio State. Now it's on the road, but Nebraska and Ohio State are living in the same, use the phrase again, neighborhood.
And again, they did almost as much as you can without getting it done.
Iowa.
I would not
going to the tournament.
Yeah, definitely not. And this is not in the category of the Michigan, and it's not in the category of the Ohio State games, where I thought that they showed up in those games, and it looked like they were doing all that they could to win.
And you're playing at home.
And how many home losses did they finish with this year? 6.
6
home losses.
What happened to the unbeatable? I mean, that's why it makes you wonder that it's a between the ears thing.
It's a locker room thing.
Because as much as playing at home and playing in front of that crowd was a motivating factor, how does it go? I mean, not to pick on a scab, but it's kind of like what the Cowboys had done. The Cowboys had that streak.
They had not lost for 2 straight seasons. And then they lost to the Packers, and now they suck at home.
Right. And then this year at home, what did they end up with? 3 wins at home? Something like that. But either way, it's kind of like that.
Bad.
And where does it now? At least with Dallas, you could excuse it. There were some key injuries, and there were. There were no key injuries. And here's the other thing.
It was
because I keep hearing about the talent. The talent. Nebraska's not good enough to get the talent. They're going to have a first-team All-Big Ten player. They're going to have a first-team All-Big Ten player.
And a potential Conference Player of the Year guy.
And sure, you can't just... one player's not going to carry it. But it's not like the guys around him were bums. So you had a Conference Player of the Year. You had a good complimentary piece in Gary. You had the bigs. You brought in three-point shooting. That should have been enough to finish in the top 15.
Yes, you're not saying to go to the tournament.
I'm not even saying to go to the tournament. I'm saying that should have been enough to finish in the top 15.
Top 15 of your league.
And oh, by the way, honestly, we can talk all we want about, well, if the Ohio State game had gone this way, or if that kid from Minnesota doesn't make the shot. Well, if it weren't for that insane comeback against Northwestern, you'd have had another bad loss on your resume.
Well, if it wasn't for that, they basically would have just lost every game that they played at the end of the year. That's the thing. That's
the part that's confounding is you've got a conference player of the year candidate.
And you're not playing in the conference tournament in a way that it should almost
that's an indictment.
It should almost render his vote sorry, we can't vote for you. I'm happy that it's not that way.
Which I don't believe in, but
dude, you cannot have a player that good in a sport where there's only 5 on the court on your team at a time. This is not football.
With 18 schools, a lot of whom really put a lot of emphasis on basketball.
Yeah.
And you're going to have one of those top 5.
Yeah.
And couldn't make it into the top 15.
Text from the 202, which is DC. Rutgers has 2 of the top 5 picks, and I don't know if they're 500. Yeah, and that's an indictment of Rutgers.
Sure.
We're not talking about Rutgers, though.
Cool. We're going to compare ourselves to another low-rent neighborhood.
Yeah, come on. That's an indictment on that program, that they have players that are going to go to the NBA, and they also suck.
But it's in the way that it happened.
Yeah.
It's in the way that it happened.
Jack says, Iowa's defensive game plan yesterday was to double Bryce the entire game and hope nobody else can score. Nobody else outside of Gary could score. But if we're being honest, what was Nebraska's offensive philosophy this season? It was a ton of isolation, a ton of one-on-one. It definitely was. It was not a cohesive offense. And one of the players that was supposed to really help the offense come along in Connor Essegian, hot and cold's not even the right word. Cold throughout large stretches of the season. Huge stretches of the season.
When you look back, this is the fewest points Iowa has allowed since the Indiana game back on January the 11th. And that was back when, all the stuff was going down about, Indiana and, getting rid of Woodson, and they had the fire Woodson chants going up in the building.
Oh, yeah.
That team certainly has turned it around. Kudos to them.
Yeah.
But it's not like Iowa's known for their defense.
No.
It's not like they're known for their defense. 402-951-1620. Mitch Sherman will join us a little bit later. So we do have time for you on the other side. We can dive into this because we did get a couple of emails based on our conversation of Friday.
Yeah.
And the future. And I do think there's some other things we need to look at in terms of the future as well. We'll discuss those next on 1620 The Zone. But windows. They can do so much for a home. Not only save you on your energy bills, but they can look great and just increase the value of your home. And there has never been a better time than right now to check into new windows by accessing your home improvement company. YHIC can help with this unbeatable deal. 50% off your window purchase with a minimum of 4 windows. That's right, 50% off your window purchase, minimum of 4 windows. Efficient triple pane windows. You see the difference in comfort and savings on your energy bills all year round with top quality materials built right here in the USA. And they have easy financing going on with 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. So upgrading your windows has never been easier or more affordable. Call your home improvement company today at 402-764-1720. Schedule a free in-home consultation. Don't miss out. Limited time offer. 50% off your window purchase, minimum of 4 windows, and 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. Call 402-764-1720. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Go to YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. Don't wait. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference. one of our astute friends of the Grum, sent me some numbers. We'll take a look at those in just a minute. But we were having the conversation on Friday, and I am still of the record, even after Sunday's debacle, that they're not going to do anything. And I don't think they should. I just don't think right now is a great time for it. And obviously, if the money situation is what it is, paying a coach that you just extended for having a good season last year and letting them go this year, probably not a great idea.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Chattel wrote about it after the game. He said a buyout now would mean forking out $4.35 million to $4.65 million per year for the last 4 years of the deal. And then he asked, do the math and ask yourself, wouldn't that money be better spent on players with size, speed, and who can make baskets on a consistent basis? Now, real quick, this is besides the point, but I do wonder if now we're going to enter in this era where coaches might actually be saved by their contracts and by rev share because schools won't want to pay both at the same time. Sure. Anyway, it's going to be interesting. Maybe a topic for another day. I think I'm with you. I said this on Friday. I think you could convince me one way or the other. I don't really have like a strong view of you're an idiot if you think he should be fired. You're an idiot.
I hope I'm not coming across thinking.
I don't think you are. I think you and I are both very much in the middle on this discussion of I understand a lot of the frustration. I understand the frustration, period. And that his record is worse than Tim Miles. That this season, for all the promise of the last year and a half before this season started, and even the first couple months of the year, the regression from January 7th on is noticeable. I mean, that Iowa game, in hindsight, just looks like this flashing red light of like, watch out, watch out, watch out. And they came out of the 6-game losing streak to win 4 in a row. And it was like they got it figured out. But they obviously did not. And if there was one last maybe moment of, I really should not believe in this team for the rest of the year, it was the Penn State game, because the Penn State game followed the Northwestern game. And what happened in the Northwestern game? They were trailing by 20. Fred broke a clipboard at halftime. We know he tries not to do those types of things because of his health. And they came back and won. And I remember leaving that thinking, wow, they are going to be good to go now. And then they came out and they had the most lifeless effort of the entire season, in my opinion, was the Penn State game. I know they lost by more points to schools like Purdue or Wisconsin or Michigan State. But in my opinion, the Penn State game was the most lifeless that we saw them. And that it came after the Northwestern comeback was, again, just a huge warning sign. And after that, that was the beginning of the end of the season. It really was.
402-951-1620. Douglas. Hi, Douglas. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
Hey, guys. Hey, just a couple things. One, the preseason, pre-Big Ten schedule for Nebraska was really weak.
Yep.
And that's what Fred said he wanted. He wanted to get some games. So, maybe we all bought into it a little too much. But if you go back and look at the seniors that they brought in, these paid-for-hire guns, they were all single-digit scorers where they were before, and some of them were horrible, horrible free throw shooters. And that burned them in the end, and I wish they would have paid up a little bit more to give Bryce Williams a rest. I mean, the guy was asked to do everything at the end, and he really tried. It was really hard, So I'm Team Fred. Bring Fred back. Give him some more support. Let's go. Let's go, Skurs.
Okay. Thank you, Douglas. I don't think the non-conference has anything to do with anything by the end of the year. It was horrible.
Well,
it was
I mean, if anything, going back to the Creighton
lulled
game,
you into a false sense of security.
The St. Mary's and the Creighton games in back-to-back, Nebraska narrowly losing to St. Mary's and then coming to Omaha and beating Creighton. I mean, that certainly inflated the image of what the program could be. Now, this could be a great test case for what Matt Rule is arguing about is, well, we don't need a tough non-conference schedule because we play in the Big Ten, and that's enough for us.
Sure. But that didn't cost them. Like, I don't think maybe it didn't prepare them, but I don't know. I mean, they played St. Mary's, they played Creighton, and they got off to a solid enough start in conference that by the time it's, again, January 7th, you are who you are. They did not lose all of these games late because they played a crappy non-conference schedule. They lost all of the games late because they weren't a good basketball team, and they couldn't play well together, and they blew opportunities, and they got off to horrific starts. Garbage starts. We talked about a lot of the games. I don't want to keep harping on Penn State. Horrible start in Penn State. Hell, the game against Ohio State, they didn't get off to a very good start in that game. And then games when they did get off to a good start. Michigan for one. Iowa yesterday for the other. That didn't seem to matter either. So it just turned into a bad basketball team. A bad basketball team over the last 2 months.
Strigoria says they don't have any money line is such crap. They're paying Fred $4.5 million. But here's where things are different. And this is kind of where the conversation, in my opinion, is leading to. And that is truly about what the commitment is going to be in this program. Because it's about how much are you willing to pay the players now. We can actually talk about these things now openly. No longer hush, hush, nudge, nudge, say no more. No longer about bagmen. It's out in the open.
It has been for 4 years.
But the point is, how much are people, what's going to be the priority? A 5-star left tackle? A 5-star setter? Or a 5-star point guard? And sure, you could get all three, but they all come at a price. And that football monster is getting hungrier and hungrier. And now that there's just a sniff of success, it's making things even more difficult. The breakdown of how Nebraska plans to spend its rev share is going to be really, really interesting.
But let me ask you this, and I don't think that that's a wrong discussion to have moving forward. Do you think that this team missed out on the tournament, though, because their roster wasn't good enough, or was it is that why this group missed out on the tournament? Because they didn't spend $2 to $3 to $4 to $5 more.
Well, we don't know exactly what they spent because it's still under the rug. But
a lot of the reporting.
But if you're going to use the argument, you need better players.
Yeah,
I've made the argument last segment. They had a good enough team to finish in the top 15.
That's what I'm trying to say.
But
that's a different discussion. I think of if you want to spend $7 million. I mean, Douglas said it. No, he said the phrase wrong. But guns for hire is a $7 million roster that you're bringing in just purely.
But guess
about
what?
money.
They will not have $7 million.
No, I don't think so either.
To spend on basketball.
I don't think so either.
Because you've got to feed the football monster.
Well, I'm even talking about NIL. But regardless, they won't have that. They're not going to put that type of investment in there. But that's not. It's like saying, John, we've talked about Husker football for years, and we said you and I were in agreement a lot of the time on. Yeah, the coaching is really bad. They need to do something different. And then some would say, and I don't mean to pick on Sipple, and he'd speak for himself and agree with us, though. He would always say, they need All-Americans. I'd say, yeah, they do. Sip, they need an All-American at quarterback. But that's not why they're not going to bowl games. That's not what All-American at quarterback is the difference between a bowl team and like a playoff contender. Nebraska, in my opinion, circle back to them in basketball. Up in the care or the infrastructure with NIL or rev share, that's what you do when you're trying to take that final boss level step. Mm-hmm. This team, more money, of course. If they had a better roster, they would make the tournament. But man, what happened this season in the last 2 months, in my opinion, goes beyond they need to spend more. And it's what in the world happened on the floor that could allow this team.
So it's back to the argument.
I know. It does turn into that. The more I talk it out, the more I say, yikes, the coaching was or something was really bad / off in the last 2 months. Something was bad.
Steve on the Coach Crutchfield hotline.
Hi, Steve.
Yeah, I think it's kind of easy to look back. And when I look back, it seems like to me that this team got 12-2, and everybody got all giddy about it. And they really didn't play a very good non-conference. I mean, playing two net twos it doesn't really build you up to play into a conference like the Big Ten.
It doesn't.
So you think that explains the struggles is the bad non-con?
No, I'm saying that the non-con didn't give a good impression of what this team is or was. And everybody wanted to jump on the bandwagon and think that they were great.
Well, and this goes back to the argument, of Matt Rule. Why do we need to play those games? Fred didn't say it, but he could have.
Yeah.
We don't need to play those games. We're going to be in the Big Ten. So we wanted to, wanted to have a nice, an easier runway to get this plane off the ground. And the plane did get off the ground. And then they hit some turbulence and nosedive into the ground. And so I can hear that argument. Again, Just as I can hear Matt Rule's argument, I'm not as passionate about the lack of non-conference games for basketball because there's plenty of inventory out there. So if Nebraska's not playing North Carolina or Duke,
North Carolina or Duke don't want to play Nebraska, so no worries there.
Right. But if you look at it from a iron sharpens iron circumstance, could that be an issue? Maybe. But that still doesn't explain how the team just collapsed in critical moments.
Multiple comments coming in about the types of players that they have. Douglas writes on YouTube, Iowa had 5 Iowa dudes, 2 from Northern Illinois. So 7 again. He's so bad at typing sometimes. Basically, it's just Nebraska doesn't have any local players. Adam texts in along those lines too. You look at the players, and maybe less local, but more players out of high school, that they don't have players out of high school. That the way that Fred is trying to build the program. But I do go back, and I don't mean to like just argue constantly with listeners who are like, it's this and this and this, because I think it's a combination of everything. But O-Trip sits on something that maybe we just don't talk about enough. Who in the world would want to play at Nebraska? They can't pay like the richest, and they don't have the brand like the best. It's not a money thing. Why, if you're a good basketball player, why would you want to go there?
Great question.
Why? I mean, like, why?
And if you're a great local player, I mean, we've got.
Why would you want to go there?
We've got the John Tangis, we've got the Hunter Salases who have left the state and have had success outside of the state. Well, what was one of the reasons why they left the state? Because there wasn't anything emotionally keeping them there. Now, part of it too may have been, at least with Tanji's case, maybe not enough recruiting on him. Obviously, Salas was heavily recruited in this area. And sometimes kids want to leave, but there's nothing there.
Yeah.
There's something there, but there's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
There's 15,000 fans and there's energy, but there's nothing there because it's never manifested itself into anything great or successful. The reason why young people grew up wanting to play for Nebraska was because they were good at football. Or now with girls, they're good at volleyball.
Yeah.
And it was a point of statewide pride, which is why good young local talent wanted to play at those schools. Nebraska basketball has never really had that. I mean, they had the moment, and they certainly had the decade of the 90s, which was good, and they did have some good Omaha products. But also keep in mind, now that we're in the era of NIL, and we talked about this with football, guess what? It's come to basketball too. How many teams are going to take the chance on the borderline good local prospect if they need to rebuild quickly and instead can go get a gun for hire from, some place where they've already played college basketball? A mid-major, a really good player at a mid-major. Those are some of the casualties of this era of college sports. So I don't even know if we can have the argument as much as we used to about, Nebraska just doesn't do enough recruiting local kids. Well, guess what? It may be that way, not because of what they want to do, but what they have to do.
I just got a text from somebody. I'm going to hide a name of the player just to keep this under wraps. It said that someone's family openly said to me when the players' recruitment was open that Nebraska was trying to recruit kids from Omaha, especially North Omaha. They might as well be Texas Tech, New Mexico, or NC State. They're just another school with red polos. Another text coming in. You just answered the question on whether Fred should be let go or not. If good players are saying, why would I go to NU? You are dead. Time to move on. But see, but it's been that way for a while. And it's not Fred's fault. And maybe this is, you and I hated for years when people would say, who are you going to get? And then we would say, well, you got to dream a little bigger. This is where I do sometimes turn into who are you going to get, and it just sounds so defeatist, but I feel like a defeatist with this program but why should I expect it to change? And why are the good players going to come here? I'm talking with our Wisconsin fan in the audience, Kyle, and he says, I don't understand. He says, I understand football is bad at the moment, but Wisconsin is consistently good in the sports NU wants to be good in. Why can NU do it and NU can't? I imagine NU is throwing more money at all of these sports compared to Wisconsin. And I think a lot of it comes down to coaching. But the other thing Wisconsin has is that because they have been successful, they can still lean on their success. If you're a good player, I understand wanting to go to Wisconsin. Whether or not you think Greg Gard is as good as Bo Ryan, I don't think he is, right? Like they haven't had the success that Bo Ryan had.
Still a good program.
It's a great
still
program.
Still a very good program.
And so they have proof of concept. I love that term, proof of concept. They have proof of concept. And so, yeah, Nebraska can offer more. In theory, they can offer more money. But even if they do.
Can they?
Well, I don't know. Can they? Maybe. Do they? I don't think so. But how much of that's on the program? How much of that's on Fred?
We don't know for sure.
Yeah, Chattel said in his column that he has heard that they are spending on the lower end, which is between $2 and $3 million. I heard the same thing from somebody that I trust over the weekend. So if you're starting there, that's what they're spending. Now, I would ask this because I had this question posed to me.
But go ahead. Sorry.
How much? No, you're good. How much is Fred doing the types of things that he needs to do to raise money? I had that question posed to me. Now I don't know the answer, but if somebody's posing that to me who probably knows the answer, I'm saying, that's pretty interesting. Is that not happening as much as it should be with him? Or with the program in general?
Are they spending on the quote-unquote low end because that's what they have versus that's what they're willing to do?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because I could argue that it's what they have. Because remember, you have a giant mouth to feed, and you have another pretty decent-sized mouth to feed in that athletic department. Because you don't want to lose your good mojo in volleyball, so you're going to spend there. Now, I honestly don't know the answer to this question, but are you spending as much for a, 5-star setter as you are for a 5-star point guard? My guess is no.
Yeah, you'd assume not.
But Nebraska is also not shopping in that market necessarily.
Yeah.
But you still have that mouth to feed, and football's getting better.
Yeah, Randy says, what's your guess on what Nebraska spends versus Creighton or Iowa? Definitely less than Creighton. I don't know what they spend versus Iowa. I don't know what Iowa's and Iowa's.
But you know what? Because guess what? Creighton's that's Creighton football. Okay?
Yeah, it's their version. It's their football.
That's their football. That's their money sport.
It's the thing that they care about. And
it's the thing that drives the bus. Football drives the bus. That's something that's always been there with Nebraska athletics. And that's the way it is at most football schools.
And if you have a player that is considering Creighton and Nebraska, let's just say that there is this person, he's down to those two schools. And Nebraska's offering, and we'll just use easy numbers to figure out, right? Nebraska's offering 100 versus 75 for Creighton. Is that enough to make up the difference in what you expect the coaching level to be at Creighton? We talked for years before NIL about Alabama. Well, no, post-NIL, excuse me. How Alabama has benefited when they had Saban from the Saban bump. I will take less to go to Alabama because I am not playing for this contract.
Mm-hmm.
I am paying for the NFL, or I'm playing to get to the NFL. And he is going to help me along. And so Nebraska could offer, again, the same amount of money as Alabama. Come on. If you're a football player, why would you go there when you could go to Alabama? Now, I know Creighton football or Creighton basketball is not Alabama football. I understand that. But they have had a lot of success. They win. They go to the tournament every year, and they have gotten to the second weekend more times than not in the last half decade. That's what they have been as a program. If I'm a basketball player, why would I go down the road? So you'd have to offer me so much more money to consider that over a Creighton or any other school locally or nationally.
And we keep turning into a Creighton versus
Throw
Nebraska
in Iowa State,
argument,
like Kansas.
Iowa State is a solid program.
Yeah.
Okay. You got a lot of good programs in your league or competitive leagues right here in the same backyard.
Yeah.
And you're competing with all of those folks and a lot more.
Yeah.
Here's Jeff. Hi, Jeff. Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the zone.
Hey, guys. Thanks a lot. I'm going to let you be my therapist for here a little bit. But season ticket holder since 91. Last for Nebraska men's basketball. Yesterday was the last game I will be going to for the foreseeable future until things in the program change. Being that my wife whipped me with the first time yesterday. Halfway through the second half, she put her arm around me and like, this team is going to kill you. You get so worked up during the game. And I'm like, I know. I have to stop going.
Wow.
So you have to leave.
Happy wife, happy life.
I guess so.
From a physical standpoint, yes. But it's just, I was hoping this after last season, this wasn't going to be a building year on top of that. And they started that way, 12-3.
12-2.
Just the last, it's just ridiculous. Just how lack of effort, knowing what was on the line yesterday, and they just didn't care, it seems. And I'm just, whether it's a change in coaching staff or change in philosophy, I just can't do it anymore. Now, that doesn't mean I'm just going to jump ship and start following UNO. But I'll watch the games on television. I got better things to do with my time than to drive to Lincoln on the weekends, on the weekdays anymore. Just done.
Jeff, appreciate it. Thanks.
Let me read this tweet then before we go to break from Michael. Does good basketball attendance, despite lousy performance, hurt Nebraska ball? Decide they're getting more money anyway, so why spend more? What happens if those ticket sales dry up? You look at the arena yesterday, it's full. You look at the arena a lot this year, it's full. This team has never won a tournament game. It's full, full, full. And it wasn't always like this way. We talk about football, and that place has always been full. The stadium is, when you were a kid, when I was a kid, today, and maybe the scan numbers are what they are, but it has the appearance of being a packed house. You remember, and I remember, the end of the Bob Devaney sports era. This is not a birthright to have a great crowd at Nebraska basketball games.
No.
This is like a generation thing. This is the most recent thing that has happened.
And certainly, the surroundings, the arena helps. But, the new stadium, new arena car smell does wear off after time.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to sit here and say that 15,000, of the 15,000 people, there's still, 2, 3, 4,000 that are still going only because, hey, it's the place to be seen. It's the thing to do. Certainly there could be a few of those folks. But at the end of the day, you still want to be entertained and you still want to have a winning product. And it is a testament to those 15,000 that show up every week that it happens. The product that has been given to you certainly doesn't deserve it, but then I could make the same argument for football, 8 of the last 9 years, that they haven't deserved that kind of attendance either. And maybe it's one of those things where it's now become a Nebraska thing, where it's like, we support our Huskers, rain or shine.
Yeah,
and that's fine.
Is this like a recent thing? Like when you were growing up, were they just showing up to the Bob just for S's and G's?
No.
Like, I don't get it.
No. I mean, the crowds weren't terrible, but they weren't.
Man, I was there in college sometimes where it was like, yikes.
I mean, there were games in the 6,000s and 7,000, it wasn't terrible, but it also wasn't great.
Or there were rows and rows of empty seats.
So sure, there's still kind of a, hey, we want to be there, but man, we demand more for our money than ever before.
Yeah.
And if we don't think we're getting it back, then folks are going to be like our last caller and just say, And I've said this before. There were times in the 90s where I thought Wrigley Field being full every summer afternoon, it looks great on television, but it didn't really motivate the Tribune Company to want to go out and spend on the team and try to make them better. And sometimes having those big crowds was a detriment because it showed that people are going to show up no matter what because they're just here to have a good time at the old ball game. So there is an element of that, nothing speaks louder than empty seats.
100%.
We saw that with the end of the Peterson era.
Yep.
We saw that with the end of the, Mike Riley era.
Mm-hmm.
When people start streaming for the exits or just not showing up at all, that speaks loudly. Speaks very loudly. We'll come back and have more. Mitch Sherman will join us at the bottom of the hour. Michael Severe Monday's coming up.
Let's go.
On 1620 The Zone. told you there was a friend of the Grum who sent us something because it was based off our conversation on Friday.
Yeah.
When we entertained, how hot is the hot seat for Fred Hoiberg. And we both agree this isn't the time to do it.
We cautiously subscribe.
Josh is starting to cautiously unsubscribe. Maybe
I
don't know.
so. I'm looking at that button like, man, I like maybe clicking the unsubscribe.
So John is this emailer's name, and
hello, John.
He sent us something. He said, really just enjoyed the conversation around Hoiberg on the Grum over the past weekend. I've attached a screenshot of an Excel I made comparing the records of Hyberg and Tim Miles as well as their KenPom rankings and KenPom strength of schedule. It shows that the Miles teams were consistently better than the Hyberg teams in KenPom and record despite a very similar strength of schedule. I hope the data could be useful for the Grum. Well, John, I took your information and I altered it. Pray I don't alter it any further. But I only wanted to focus on the last 3 years. Because it's really not fair to compare 5 or 6 years of Miles to 5 or 6 years of Hyberg because the first, couple of seasons of Hyberg were bad.
So you subscribe to we got a punt on the 3 years, so we're only judging him off of 3 years?
For the purposes of this exercise.
Okay.
Because his point was, hey, Miles played better teams. Miles did better against those teams. Well, here's what the tale of the tape is for just the last 3 seasons. And the Hyberg's KenPom average ranking is 60th. Miles's is, we'll round it to 70th.
Okay.
Advantage Hyberg. Strength of schedule. Hyberg 39th, Miles 27th.
Advantage Miles.
So Miles played a tougher schedule. Non-conference strength of schedule average. Now,
this is nuts.
Now, strength of schedule, that's the whole year. So counting your Big Ten schools.
So this is just non-con.
This is just the non-con. Last 3 years, according to KenPom, the average for Hyberg, 225th. Average for Miles, 50th.
That's crazy.
So Miles played tougher teams in the non-con.
That's not even close.
And then just wins and losses. The record, last 3 years, Hyberg's 56 and 41. Miles was 53 and 47.
Though I think you could chalk a lot of that up, I guess, to the non-con.
And their Big Ten records?
Though not this.
Hyberg, 28 and 32. Miles, 25 and 31.
Let me ask this, and I'm not trying to argue with you or pick on you, but Strigoi says, what? He gets a pass on the first half of his tenure? What a cop-out. Why do we do that? Why do the royal we? Why does the royal we? Like, because of COVID? Because he had to deal with COVID? I mean, he had one season before COVID.
The roster pre-transfer portal was decimated that first year. I mean, he didn't have much coming back.
Sure. But it was also it was his first year, though.
Yeah, it was his first year. But the main reason why I took those years out was just to say, fine, once they got it going, what happened? And basically the results, at least on this, it's kind of a push.
Yeah, the difference is
it's kind of a push between the guy you fired and the guy you hired. Yeah, the KenPom average is a little bit better, but Miles played a tougher schedule, and the Big Ten record
is basically the same.
It's a wash.
Yeah, and Hyberg made an NCAA tournament. Miles didn't. Miles got really close. He finished top 4 in the conference that 1 year, but of course didn't make the tournament because that was the year that the Big Ten was bad.
Yes.
And they lost the Kansas game in the non-conference. O-Trip says, is there a strength of record statistic? Because that will probably be the best gauge.
I mean, there is. I didn't look it up.
Yeah, we'd have to find that at another time.
I didn't look it up. But I mean, the point here is that essentially it's been a wash in terms of the guy you hired versus the guy you fired. And so really you're kind of back to square one. The only difference was Miles had a few more miles on the odometer.
Nice.
And thus, kind of like with Bo Pelini, people just got tired of it. And
I'm happy you said that.
Move along.
Because I wanted to read this before we go to Mitch. Adam says, I'll ask the opposite question. Why wouldn't you let Hyberg go? And the other thing that is the biggest difference between those two guys is that Tim Miles got to the tournament in year 2. Fred Hyberg got to the tournament last year. So in basically the inverse.
Mm-hmm.
And that Like, if you're asking me, why don't you move on from him? Usually my answer is going to involve some sort of, well, I mean, he did just take them to the tournament. Well, he did just win Big Ten Coach of the Year. Though, and I look forward to talking to Mitch, I mean, North Carolina State just got rid of their coach, and he took that team to the Final Four last year. So, I mean, if you're someone who's like, but recent success, I mean, that
Sure.
a Final Four should give you a lot of time.
It should, but remember, that's NC State.
Sure.
That's a basketball school.
Yeah, I know, but Frank Solich, even after a 7-7, he lasted another year after the Rose Bowl, because in football for Nebraska at the time, a natty making a natty is making a Final Four for a basketball
This
school.
is why these conversations to me come back to just what is it you want out of this program and what are you willing to spend to get it?
And when you say what you want, I think we have a good idea on what the listeners want. And it seems like the listeners are very split. What we don't know is what Troy Dannon wants. And that's the thing right now.
What they're willing to spend.
That's the thing we don't know is what does he think?
Because there's a new line item. This is no longer about fancy buildings and fancy cars.
Fancy cars and fancy restaurants.
The fancy cars are going to the fancy players who are getting fancy money.
Yeah.
And that's where the
And yet Hyberg is still top 20, paid in the entire country. He's still getting paid like a top 25 coach.
Well, Mitch Sherman will join us next on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the Chris Crutchfield hotline. Win a championship, get a hotline. I'm sure it's the greatest honor he's ever received. Mitch, how you doing?
I like it. I mean, it sounds like more of an honor for him, but that's he deserves it. Fantastic. Congrats to the Omaha Mavericks.
Yes, it was truly fantastic. The fact that they won it and didn't have to back in because of a technicality made it even better. And like I said earlier, if you missed it on the Neighborhood Watch program, I think they're in position not to have to go to Dayton. I think their resume is going to be good enough. They're not going to have to go to Dayton. And there's still some dirty bid stealers out there that could actually help.
I would hope
Omaha.
so. I would hope so. 20-plus wins and took care of business, won the conference regular season and postseason. Like, yeah, I definitely think that if not a 15, that they should be in a 16 that avoids the dreaded Tuesday game.
Mitch, I have felt for years that the move to go to D1 was the right move, regardless of what you had to do to get there. I know that I am, disagreeing with some UNO fans when I say this, but do you think that now, all these years later, like you would hope wounds would heal, but that getting to this moment, which is why you do this in the first place, does that maybe get rid of some of the leftover remnants of the frustration or hurt that people are going to have? Or do you think that that's always just going to be there?
I don't think that the accomplishments that UNO has now will do much to eliminate pain that people have about football and wrestling from 15 years ago. Like that's just hardwired in. UNO already had an established hockey program, so I don't think you can look at I was going to say UNO could win a national championship in hockey and it still wouldn't make people feel better, but hockey's kind of out of the equation because it was already there at the D1 level before UNO cut football and wrestling. Although, and this may be documented or maybe I'm just speaking out of turn, but I'm not sure that hockey would have been able to stay at the Division I level if UNO had kept those other sports and had to drop down to D3 in the majority of its sports. I don't know if it could have supported hockey at the D1 level at that point. But regardless of all of that, I really don't think that UNO is having a good season in hockey. Got home ice in the playoffs, get to the NCAA tournament. That's fantastic. Like that's Adrian Dow, man. Like build a statue. But even that said, no, there's people who will go to their graves bitter about Trev Alberts and what happened with wrestling and football.
Mitch, the corpse of Nebraska ball's NCAA hopes is laying on the slab. What in your mind is the cause of death?
Just a team building process going back to last offseason that didn't turn out to be enough. I had my concerns at the time when it was somewhat slow going and you saw more pieces moving out. Like the difference between what happened with Nebraska basketball last offseason and then what happened with Nebraska football just in recent months kind of started the same, where there was like this exodus and you thought, wow, they got a lot of ground to make up. And very quickly you saw Matt Rule and his football machine make up that ground, or at least it appears that they did, because the names started coming in and the positions where Nebraska needed to fill spots, it filled spots. It seemed to make upgrades in the coaching staff, even after losing a highly respected defensive coordinator. Like it all seemed to be a net positive. And I never got that sense last year in the offseason with what Fred Hoiberg was doing. I mean, yeah, he put a roster together and you play in the Big Ten. It's not like you aren't going to be able to find players, and they'll sell those players to us. And by going into the season, some of those concerns are washed away because you've heard enough about how these guys are bonding and getting it done in practice. And then Nebraska had some really good early season moments, the Creighton game, the trip to Hawaii, the UCLA game. And it looked like, man, Fred's doing a great job. But Then when it collapsed, both in that 6-game losing streak and then what happened here over the last 2-3 weeks, I just go back to what I thought about in the summer last year, the late spring and summer last year, which was this doesn't seem to be going all that smoothly. Like I don't feel like Nebraska is getting the pieces that it needs to get, that it's aspiring to get to put together a team that can be toward the top of the Big Ten. So I think to me, like if you're going to do the autopsy on the whole thing, it's going to come back to having issues related to the very beginning of putting this team together.
Yeah, and Mitch, speaking of like issues and what they foretold, John and I talked a little bit earlier about the Iowa game, not the one this weekend, but the first one, and how it seems like that was now this blaring signal of something going wrong because it'd been a team built on defense in the last 2 months of the year 2024, and to kick off 2025 right after that UCLA performance. And how they played of like, okay, so maybe they won't be able to rely on defense night in and night out. We ended up seeing that multiple times over the back half of the year.
Yeah, that game looked like it was going to be the one that buried Iowa.
Yeah,
that was for 25 minutes of clock time in that game. You thought, oh, Nebraska's going to be the team that slams the coffin door on Fran McCaffrey's time at Iowa. And here we are a little over 2 months later, or right at 2 months later, and it's Iowa that stomped out Nebraska's season. Not that the Hawkeyes have got a whole lot of great stuff going on.
No.
But it's certainly better than the situation at Nebraska, and it didn't look in any way. You remember Iowa was coming off of a blowout loss at Wisconsin. It looked like the Hawkeyes were hapless.
Yeah.
And you fast forward to yesterday and you see a 15-point loss to that same team at PBA, where Nebraska, at one point was on a 20-game win streak not that long ago, but those days are far in the rear view at this point.
Mitch, in hindsight, was it short-sighted to extend Fred last year, or is that just typical cost of doing business in today's college athletics?
I'm okay with it. He took him to the tournament. I think he was coveted. I think Michigan talked to him. I think there are other schools that would have come in and talked to him. I'm not like into revisionist history with that. At the time, it was the right move because of the fact that he was a sought after coach. Like he legitimately was. It wasn't like made up stuff that, Nebraska was telling itself because it made the dance. Like he might have gotten taken away by somebody, and maybe not. Maybe he would have chosen to stay. But you got to show love to coaches in that situation. And like I'm honestly still okay with it. Like I heard you guys. I was in the car a few minutes ago and heard you guys talking about the metrics and comparing Fred to Tim Miles at the end, and at some point that stuff's important, and it is about the numbers, and it is about it comes down to performance. But I think that for me in this situation, because it's not real clear cut. Sometimes when you have a coach and it's like, man, is he on the hot seat? It's clear cut one way or the other. And I mean, this one's kind of clear cut to me that they should keep him. But if it isn't clear cut to somebody else that they should keep him, and it's probably not clear cut as far as the wins and losses part of it. Like you can make a case. You can make a case to make a change with that, but I'm far from that point, because to me it just is like a simple question. Like, is Nebraska going to be better? Is Nebraska going to be better for it? If it paid the money to get out of that contract and it went out and searched for another coach, do I think that Nebraska would be in a better place 1 year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now? No, I don't. I mean, I think that Hyberg is the right guy to rebuild it again. You gave him a chance to rebuild once when it had gone off the rails, and my thought in looking at it again is he should get that chance. He should get that chance right now. Some of it's probably just because of where we're at in college sports today.
Yeah, Mitch, I wanted to ask you about that and how much the buyout conversation plays into this for you versus the rev share plays into this for you versus just raw NIL dollars. Like, how much of what you just said is based off of all those things, and perhaps I'm missing something as well?
Some of it's just the look of it and the feel of it. Like, I have confidence in him. I listen to him and I watch him, and I feel like he has more to give, that he can get it done. And some of it, yes, is the state of college sports and the bottom line. You know, we one thing we don't know about Troy Dannon is how he handles these situations. Like, we haven't seen him in this moment where he has to, and I don't know how, maybe in his mind, he's not even thinking about anything. And it would shock me, you know, if we'd get a notice of a press conference, you know, coming up here at you know, Memorial Stadium or wherever they would choose to do that. I'd be stunned, and a big part of that is because one thing we do know about Dannon is that he's very much a bottom line AD, and they're still selling out that gym, and it would be a financial hit to make that move. You know, sometimes you're in a situation where you can't afford not to do something like that, and I don't think that's where Nebraska is. But the bigger thing to me is it's just I feel like he can do it. I feel like there isn't a better option for Nebraska out there than to stick with what's going on. It hasn't worked out all that well for Nebraska on various fronts to just make change for the you know, because things aren't going fantastic in the situation you're in. So we were talking 2 months ago about what a great coach Fred Hyberg was. We were talking 1 year ago about what a great coach Fred Hyberg is. I don't really feel differently just because you know, this season went sideways on them.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Is it possible, because, you know, this leads to the bigger picture question of what you're willing to spend, not just, you know, coaches' salaries, but now you've got a player's salaries component. I know they don't call it salaries, but it's revenue share. Is it possible to strike that healthy balance with a basketball program that draws well at a football school that has a monster to feed?
Yeah, there's more that goes into the equation than just that. It's a complicated thing. At Nebraska, if it was just football and basketball, and that was the only part of the discussion, then I don't know that it would be as difficult. You know, you could draw the line at a certain place and then go with it. And I think you could be competitive in both arenas. But there are other considerations. Like, Nebraska's not just a football and basketball school. And, you know, the big elephant in the room there is volleyball, because it's a moneymaker, and it's something that Nebraska has such an makes such an investment in. And it's upping the investment with the new coach and hosting this event next year at PBA to open the season. So they're going to devote money in rev share to volleyball. I asked Dannon about this on the day that Danny Busboom Kelly was hired, and he said they want to set the market for volleyball. Well, that money comes from somewhere. It comes from the same pot. And if you take you take money and you give it to one sport, then presumably you're taking it away from another sport. Nebraska's not going to take money away from football. We know that about Nebraska. It's just not going to do that. And it doesn't make sense to do that. So who's getting the short end of the stick? These are conversations and predicaments that make it probably more difficult than ever to be a Division I athletic director today.
Speaking of football, Mitch, last one from me. Rule speaks tomorrow. What most intrigues you or interests you when you get a chance to sit down with him for the first time in a little bit? Is it the off-season stuff that we have to get caught up on, or is it looking ahead to spring ball?
A little bit of both. We haven't talked to him about the new GM, Pat Stewart, and what that looks like, how it's different from what Nebraska's had going on the last couple of years with Sean Padden in that role, and Padden staying. So, and really Padden staying to do a lot of the stuff that he's been doing. So this GM is an important position for sure. And I think what we'll hear from him is that you've got to structure the college teams like NFL franchises today. And I think there's an interesting discussion to have off of that, and just what Nebraska's doing in that area to make this thing look more and more and more like it did when Rule was an NFL head coach. So that's really interesting. I'm intrigued by the players that we'll get to hear from tomorrow. I think it's going to be a group of the new guys, not the. I think we'll probably have to wait until spring practice starts to hear from Dylan Raiola and returning players. So. Always good to hear from those new voices and what their impressions have been of Nebraska football, and that's I think that'll be entertaining.
Well, they couldn't have timed it any better, because Nebraska fans need something to be hopeful about. Baseball struggled over the weekend.
Woof.
Basketball's out of the tournament. So always looking ahead to football. It's back, folks. See, Josh, didn't take long.
I know. It's good to talk about football again.
Mitch, have a great week. We appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Bye,
Mitch
Mitch.
Sherman of The Athletic. 1620 The Zone has something new for this year. It's the Omaha Food Fight. Presented by Union Bank and Trust. We want to know which restaurant is the best in Omaha. Get your nominations in now through March 13th at 1620thezone.com. Voting will begin next week, so you have until the end of this week to get your nominations in. Who knows? Maybe you might nominate something like Lucille's Fried Chicken, available at Sapp Brothers and available in our studio.
Nice.
The boys from Sapp Brothers, they delivered the fuel.
Oh, yeah.
The food fuel for Michael Severe Mondays, and he can't even eat any of them.
Sad.
On 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
From your mom.
Happy hour's on the air.
Thank you to the good folks at Sapp Brothers, home of Lucille's Fried Chicken. A few weeks ago when Michael came in, he brought in some Lucille's wings,
Yes.
and we loved them.
Yes.
And somebody was listening. And they said, man, they just gave us a great plug on the radio. We need to bring them some food. And
Wouldn't you know it?
And wouldn't you know who won the pony? We did. They brought in some of their strips, those tater tot things that got like cheese and bacon and ham or something in there.
Yeah.
Those are really good. And the best part is the guy who basically made this
I know.
happen in the first place, because he's the one that brought in the food, can't eat any of it because for some reason, even though it's not in the playbook,
It's not in the
he's not
Bible.
he's not eating meat.
I give up meat for Lent. People give up things for Lent. I give up meat. I used to, this is a long time ago, I used to fast. And thanks, Obama, they moved the daylight savings back. And so the end of daylight saving for me, and I was on the radio at the time doing an afternoon show.
Oh.
I used to get incredible heartburn because it was so much longer. The day became even longer than before.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's from sunrise to sunset.
Uh-huh.
And I couldn't literally do it. I tried, I couldn't do it. So yeah, I moved on to giving up meat for Lent, which is kind of a common thing in Louisiana, actually. A lot of people do that.
Really?
You should think about giving up football for Lent.
It's easy to do. UFL? I'm not going to watch UFL. I got to watch Kevin Kugler. I got to watch Kevin Kugler.
No, you don't.
I have to watch Kugler.
No, you don't. He's going
Yes,
to
I do.
he's going to be so defeated after this long basketball season, doing so many Nebraska basketball losses that he's just going to be very depressed.
Here's the thing. So
talking about the Battlehawks,
I keep
and the Stallions.
you know, I keep a lot of notes.
Yeah,
I'm a note keeper, right?
Yeah.
And so I did this thing comparing Creighton's. And this is back in May of last year. Creighton's transfer portal to Nebraska's transfer portal.
Yeah.
And I went through and I looked at all the rankings. So really the two main rankings were you had CBS Sports that did a ranking, and then you had The Athletic that did a ranking. Okay?
Yep.
And they ranked like 300 players.
Wow.
In this transfer portal.
Wow.
Do you know how many of Nebraska's transfer portal people they brought in were in the top 200 in this particular class that ended the season against Iowa on Sunday?
So this would have been the portal class of 24,
The
right?
24 class.
Okay.
These people who they brought in to replace the folks they had lost. Do you know how many were in?
So it's either going to be a number that is too high that we're like, that's stupid, or it's going to be zero.
That's one.
Is it Bear K?
Gavin? Heck no. Gavin, that's funny.
Just was wondering.
Gavin Griffin's was ranked 128 out of those 300 that were done between The Athletic and CBS Sports.
Okay.
Creighton had 4. In case you're wondering,
Yeah.
Pop Isaacs was in there.
Yep.
Jemiah Neal was in there. So they had 4 total because they also got Frederick King because he was put in, he came back.
He came back.
So they got him in 2. So they ended up having 4 of them. Nebraska, I went through all this list. So Connor Esigian, this cat wasn't good shooting the ball the year before he got here. Now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. So why is it a surprise that he went through a struggle this year?
Yeah.
Andrew Morgan.
Oof.
Know what he was? Discount rink math. Right?
Yeah. 100%.
Less athletic.
100%. Yep.
And if you remember, I believe I was doing the show with one of you when the A&M thing came up, who they were playing in the tournament last year. And I said, they're going to get killed because they're unathletic.
You and I went through all those numbers. You did a great job breaking it
No
down.
one athletic. They weren't going to be able to deal with those guys. So they bring in less athletic people to take the spot. And then Rolly Worcester, who, look, I can say this because I'm fat. That dude needs to lose some LBs, right? So you got him. And then Braxton Mia comes in. My uncle, who was a basketball coach and recruiter for 50 years, right? You can still call him a day and ask him about people and he'll curse you out. But one of the things he always talked about was watch the layup line to see if a guy is athletic or not. Braxton Mia couldn't dunk with one hand. He had to dunk with two. See, there takes a certain amount of coordination to dunk with one hand. You got to go off the 1 foot.
Yep.
You got to put the ball up. You got to dunk.
Be able to hold it.
Gotta
Couldn't
hold the
do
ball.
it. Well, his hands are probably big enough to hold it.
Yeah.
But you got to have a certain amount of coordination.
Sure.
With the right foot. Go back and look at his highlights. They were all two-handed dunks. And I said, what the heck? So they're bringing in a guy who can't shoot, who's an okay blocker of the ball, but he's not a great rim runner.
No.
Right? That's what you wanted. You wanted
Not
a
a
rim
great,
runner.
not a great defender.
And he wasn't even a good follower once he got a rebound because he didn't finish at the rim. That's who they brought in. So they lost this season in May of 2024.
Michael, let me ask you this, because we've had a listener over the last few shows who, whenever John and I talk about this stuff, he says you guys are missing the point, and that is that they don't recruit from high school. Had some numbers. This is Adam. Last 3 years for Creighton. In 22, 4 of the 5 starters came from high school. 23, 3 of the 5. 24, 3 of the 5. The last 3 years for Nebraska, 05, 05, 05. What do you think about that?
Who's the starting 5 for Creighton right now?
Well,
Kalkbrenner's High School.
Yeah, Kalkbrenner's High School. Ashworth is a transfer. Jemiah's a transfer.
Right. Before that, it was Pop was a transfer.
And Pop was a transfer. Jackson McAndrews High School.
High school.
And Jason Green is high school.
So it's 3 of the 5 at this moment in time, and it was 2 of the 5.
Guys coming into the season were transferred. I think that's the way you build it. See, one of the things that drives me a little crazy is because the hindsight is 2020, right?
Yeah.
So I watched John Tanji play in high school. He played Central. I watched him. He wasn't ready when he was coming out of high school.
Not for this.
You would have had to project him for him to be at this level. Several of the other guys. Now, Hunter Salas didn't want to stay here. Didn't want to go here.
No.
He didn't want to go to Creighton or Nebraska.
Nope.
He wanted to leave.
He wanted to leave.
He wanted to leave. So that's not a shock. Chucky's thing got messed up long before Chucky decided that he wasn't going to come here. That was messed up years ago in the recruiting process and how they slept on him. That's what happened then. So he wasn't going to come here either. And then when those guys transferred, they still weren't going to come here. So I don't know if you can blame the coaching staff for not bringing those guys in because they didn't want to come here. William Kyle, another guy they looked at and thought about. I watched William Kyle play in high school. Good shot blocker, but really couldn't do much else. William Kyle developed into a really good player, ended up at UCLA, but he didn't want to come here when he was transferred. I have a whole list of all the guys they missed out on in that April and May last year. They missed up on like 10 guys. Everybody they got was either a second, more likely a third pick. The issue is they're not getting the guys to build it like Fred wants to build it, and many teams across college basketball are building it. Look at Iowa yesterday or Sunday, right? You look at that. Look how many of those guys were transfers. Every team is going to have them. Do I believe that part of it is building through high school? Sure. Is it the most important thing? I don't think so.
Not anymore, because
not
now everyone's talking about being old and staying old.
What state are you in? I guess it depends more than anything else.
And that does too.
And this state had a nice little run with these guys, and everybody points them out.
But why would they want to go to Nebraska?
These guys weren't coming to Nebraska out of high school. Either they weren't good enough at that time, or they didn't want to go to Nebraska.
Yeah.
And there's a good chance that a lot of them, if they wanted to stay in the state, would have stayed in Omaha.
Yeah, Creighton only can take so many.
Right.
So there's always going to be an amount of guys there for Nebraska to take a chance on. The question is, can you afford to do that anymore?
Not when
can
you're
you afford to take a player? Look, even bringing Gavin Griffins, who I got a lot of people who I know who think he could be a really good player, but he gave you nothing this year. It was just a wasted year for a guy you brought in who was the highest rated guy in your portal class.
Yeah.
So can you afford to do that? I don't know if you can. Now, I guess Nebraska's been rebuilding since 99 or whatever, or 98. So
1896.
So they've been rebuilding all that time. So maybe you could say they should have been doing it then. But when I got here, so remember Doc? Doc went through 3 different ways to build a team.
Yeah.
Initially, he brought in a bunch of transfers and said we're going to win this way.
Yep.
Then remember the foreigners that came in and junior college guys, and then tried to do the high school guys.
Yeah.
None of them worked. Tim Miles did a couple of different ones too.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
But I don't know if there's a way. John made a point earlier. The question is, can you do it at a place where it's never really been done? That's the question. And when you have so much competition now and people have more money to spend on their basketball program than apparently you do, maybe you can. And maybe also, and I like Fred, and every year for Big Red Wrap Up, the dude sits down for an interview, and I thank him to do that. But how much is he into that part of the game? How much is he into the point of the game of bringing the product in?
I don't know. I don't either, but
the rumor was always he didn't like to recruit. That's what they said. But I don't know if that's
And does
true
he
or
do
not.
the booster stuff? Does he play the booster game in terms of having
I
conversations
will
with
tell
them
you
and
that they're
fundraising?
boosters. How long ago did I tell you that I'll end that text you and tell you the money people weren't happy. It was during that 6-game thing, and I talked to a few of them, and they were completely off the board. Now, I don't know if that is because he doesn't try to smooth with them.
He doesn't play the game.
Or they're just like, they believe by looking at other teams around the country that they should be able to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But all those teams, at some point during their lifetime, have done it at a high level.
Do you feel strongly one way or the other about next year or beyond, I guess, with his future on, is it an obvious decision to you to bring him back or to not?
I think it's an obvious decision to bring him back because of the money.
Yeah.
I think
the money's enormous.
The money is such a big part of this now. I know we make fun of them and, hey, they canceled the spring game. They could have used that money and everything. It's still a big part of all of this. And you sit down and you talk with, what do you guys call him, the yogurt guy? When you sit down and talk to Danny, off the air, that's all he's talking about. That's all. How are they going to make enough money? How are they going to continue to do this? How are they continue to feed the beast? Whether it is building stuff around the stadium or getting the stadium where it's because, we talk about butts and seats, where every seat is actually filled with a paying customer. How are they going to do that? That's a big part of this. And I don't know if they can afford to pay off somebody.
And the point of pride that they've never taken any student fees. They don't take tax dollars. And now, and Rule pointed this out a few weeks ago, we already budgeted for rev share. We're not having to go out and ask our boosters for more money. We already planned for this.
Yeah.
Well, that's for today. What's tomorrow going to bring? What happens when the price tag on this facility comes up?
Right.
And you've got to tap into that resource of all of those people, pay off the bonds, and all this other stuff. I mean, there's a lot going on. So I don't dismiss the idea, even though they're playing in the richest conference in the country, that money is there.
Yeah.
But then you've got to balance it because you've got to feed the beast. Football is the beast. It must be fed. You've got to feed volleyball.
Oh, yeah.
Volleyball's great.
Moneymaker.
And so basketball's in this middle ground right now where it's like, what do we do here?
Do you remember in the mid 2000s, basketball was not making money?
No.
Lee Barfinick wrote so many columns about how they were in the red. They were like the only team in the Big 12 that weren't making money. Part of it was the old facility and other things, but it was a long time they weren't making money. To make money now because this building is a nice building, people want to go, it's great. But is it as much as everybody else is making?
I would argue they're probably up there. Now, of course, they're not earning the tournament revenue share or the tournament shares, which, and the shares are all divvied up between all of the schools. So they're getting some from that. But I would think now they're doing fairly well. I mean, you can't fill that building with 15,000 people and not be doing pretty well.
Yeah. And I know the prices aren't crazy because I know I've heard people talk about the Upper Bowl and how much they pay for season tickets. And I thought it was actually kind of affordable. And then the other part is, we joked 1.8 million walk-ons right in the state.
Yeah.
How many? I know at one point Iowa was almost double the population of Nebraska. That just gives you a better percentage chance of being able to get really good players out of a state when you got more people in it.
Sure.
But I don't know if will ever be an answer for basketball other than when they didn't do what Josh wanted them to do and bring in a coach.
Bring in a
who
Rick
wins
Pitino, baby.
Bring in a renegade.
This goes all the way back
Goat.
to when they should have brought in the West Virginia Cincinnati guy with the DUIs.
Oh, with
Huggins.
They should have
Bobby
brought
Huggins.
in Huggins. That was a conversation we had all those years ago.
We did.
And then they're like, well, they're not going to bring in this guy who just got fired because he got another DUI or talking to someone the wrong way. Maybe that's what they should have done. You take the chance with the guy who maybe doesn't fit the Nebraska. I mean, we've gotten rid of the Nebraska way. Let's just move that out of the way. It doesn't fit what you think maybe needs to fit.
But the crazy thing is they went out and got somebody who had a resume.
They did. Yeah, they did.
Who had a resume and had Midwestern roots. And I mean,
similar resume to Matt Rule.
Yes.
Good
Didn't
college,
work in the
bad
pros
pros.
necessarily, but definitely did it in college and did it his way in college.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I almost wonder if we should look back on the resume with maybe squint a little bit more, just like he did it at the school he played for. It wasn't that long. It's not like he had this insanely long stretch at Iowa State.
And he hit on some of the right guys. And it was a different time.
Different era, college basketball.
What he was doing back then, bringing in transfers that had to sit out, what everybody's doing now. And he hit on them. And his scheme was different. That goes back to like when we used to talk about what Oregon did, right? For those years where they were doing everything different than people, bringing in players that fit it, then everybody started copying them, and maybe they fell off.
How do you adapt to that?
And they had to change again.
100%.
We're bearing the lead.
What is the lead?
The Mavs are in the tournament.
And that is awesome. Finally, I still remember standing outside of the Thompson Hall the day that they made the announcement, the day that Trev made that announcement, and people were angry. I mean, really angry. Some people that we were friends with that had either played at UNO or were really close to UNO. And I know DB can talk about it. There were some people who will never get over that. A lot of them are wrestling folks, but of course football folks as well.
Yep.
And at that time, I remember the newspaper was working on a bunch of different stories about what they could do. Because remember they had done the survey on, it was a couple different schools did a survey of moving from Division II to 1AA in football and then moving their other major sport up to Division I and the cost for it. And it was a lot.
It was.
And what the way money was being raised by wrestling and the way things were being done, a lot of people didn't think that you could get it done the way that Trev wanted to get it done. And so that's why they made the move. How they did it was wrong, right?
That's the biggest sin,
That's
right?
the thing. It's how they did it, how they announced it,
Yeah.
how they did what they did to the wrestling team. All that was bad. But in the end, if you wanted to get to the point where you were completely Division I and you wanted hockey to make money, you kind of had to move some stuff away. And football going to Division I AA or going to 1A would have really been ridiculous, but going to 1AA even was really expensive.
Yeah, because I mean, you got to pay for all that. You got to pay for all those scholarships. You got to pay for.
I believe it was going from like 23 to 38 at the time.
Yeah,
which doesn't seem like a ton, but
right.
Yeah.
But then there's other things too, because you probably would have had to upgrade the facilities and everything else.
Yeah.
And then, you don't want to just put a product out there to put a product out there. You want to be good
You
at
want
it.
to try to win. Yeah.
And the Mavericks had a good football tradition. And so, you didn't want to just throw the baby out with the bathwater.
It would be awesome if they were still around in 1AA, though. It would be. I mean, look at what's happening with the 105.
Yeah,
right?
but could you imagine how much screaming would be going on saying, they're taking all the players that should be walking out of Nebraska?
Well, they can't.
I know.
With the 105, they know they can, right?
I know, but this is going back.
the last 10 years they would have.
The last 10 years they would have been screaming.
Back there, but now those kids are going to South Dakota State and North Dakota State, and maybe they'll stay for just 2 years and come back to some place like Nebraska. That could have been just going to UNO. Although I always thought that Iowa Western, they built that to help Nebraska be able to guys and start.
And
that
then they
never happened.
touched it.
Some of the best guys. I mean, you still watch the NFL today and you go, oh, that guy went to Iowa Western. That guy went to Iowa Western.
So are you someone then, Michael, that says they've gotten to the tournament, forget the feelings about how you felt in the moment or how he did it, like it's all worth it now? Or was it already all worth it for you in terms of making the move and getting rid of football,
Well, I didn't have that investment,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah.
I wasn't a long time part of the wrestling program, and I wasn't Chris Bober, who was, a football alumnus who was very upset. I wasn't that guy.
Yeah.
In my perspective, after talking to Tom Chattel, who was preparing to do some stories on it, and other people, I remember St. Cloud ended up having a study that came back on how much it was going to cost. After looking at all of that, I just thought it made sense.
Yeah.
Was it the right thing to do fiscally? Yeah, I guess so.
Mhm.
It was. But was it the way it was done? Man, I still can't believe the way it was done.
Pretty wild.
Yeah. Could you imagine coming home from winning a national championship and being locked out of your own room or office or building?
Can you imagine celebrating a national championship and getting a phone call minutes after you had just
In the
clinched
motel.
it
Yeah.
to find out, oh, by the way, you're all out?
Yeah, that would be that's not as bad, but I was telling somebody the story the other day about a certain AD sliding a note under a coach's door. And he said, that's not real. I go, no, that happened.
No, it did.
That really happened.
It happened.
So, it's about doing things the right way.
Yeah.
And Trev didn't, and he's kind of a guy, at least by the time we knew him, he was always the kind of guy who was detached emotionally a little bit.
Oh,
Yes.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And maybe it made it easier for him to do it, but maybe if he was more attached emotionally, he wouldn't have done it that way.
That's a good, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I asked the question on Twitter today.
Before it broke?
Before it broke.
Yeah.
And apparently it's been fixed long enough.
I think it's back.
Yeah,
It's
is.
back.
It's back.
Yeah, because I have the polls up today.
Because there's been a lot of celebrating around here. Oh, the Mavs are in. This is awesome.
Yeah.
But I'm really curious if you root for Creighton typically or if you root for Nebraska typically.
Yeah.
Are you rooting for these guys in the dance?
I hope so. Why wouldn't you? I think you live in the state of Nebraska. Even if you're in Western Nebraska.
But
or
couldn't you
Central
see
Nebraska where Josh hangs out?
I guarantee you, if you injected some Husker fans with truth serum, they would say absolutely not.
Why not?
Do you want the embarrassment of being the only team in the state?
I don't know if the depth of thinking about them actually winning is there. Them getting in is the excitement.
Right.
Who thinks they're going to win?
But if you're rooting for them, which means you're wanting them to win.
Do well.
If you're rooting for them in the tournament,
Well,
you wanting
it's
them
a different
to win.
discussion, though, if they're playing in the play-in versus a 16 versus 1 or even a 15 versus a 2.
Either
right?
way.
A play-in counts, dude. It's
No, it
part of
does.
the
It does.
No,
It
it does.
counts.
I'm saying that does that change the equation for some of these voters?
I don't know.
When they're a 16 versus a 1, it's easy to root for them.
I doubt many people are voting on this thing. Okay, they're going to be a playing team. And they're going to be. They're probably not looking at it. But
did you put it in there, the saying about them winning a game being an issue? or did you just put it in there?
It's
basic?
just if you're a Jays or Huskers fan, are you
cheering?
cheering for Omaha in the tourney?
Okay.
I put Creighton fan says yes, Creighton fan says no, Husker fan says yes, Husker fan says no. So
Okay.
it separates it
All
out.
right.
53% of Husker fan says yes, 3% say no. 43% of our respondents were Creighton fans. They said yes, and only 0.8% said no.
I could not cheer. I can't imagine cheering against a team, the scrappy team like UNO.
Yeah.
This is a great story. They've been on ESPN. Why wouldn't you? They're going to be up for our team of the year with the Omaha Sports Commission. I don't see why you wouldn't cheer for them.
I think for
That's
Nebraska,
pretty petty if you're not. If you're cheering against them, it's pretty damn petty.
Well, I think for some
if they don't win that team of the year, I'll be surprised.
I think for some,
there's a couple of really good ones.
Not to put any pressure on the
There's some
committee.
really good ones. We just nominate. You guys vote.
I think for Nebraska fans, there is that. Oh my gosh, they would also then have a win before
Yeah.
us. Like,
Yeah.
you know, and
I admit I didn't think about that at all.
Whereas Creighton fans are like Schadenfreude. Also, they probably don't care. It doesn't.
Oh,
bother
I
them.
guarantee you that a lot of the Creighton people who are cheering for UNO are doing it because the possibility
Oh,
exists that
they
they
would-
could stick it to the team in Lincoln.
100%.
I guarantee you some of that. Now, there's some of it where it's Omaha. I went for a walk yesterday. Took Wrigley for a walk yesterday. Never in my life have seen people wearing Omaha gear in Lincoln.
And you did?
And I ran in, within 5 minutes, 2 people walking past me wearing Mav gear. I'm like, this never happened.
Yeah, I see it all the time where I
There's
live.
never-
I live in Midtown.
Right, but
we're
this is in Lincoln.
Yeah, I know. We're like a mile and a half away from campus, which makes it funny that my son is paying to live on campus. But anyway, yeah. So I
Beautiful
don't.
story.
You've got to cheer for them. I remember. So when UNO, the Privateers, that's the UNO in New Orleans.
Yeah.
When they, Perry Clark was there before he went to Tulane, I believe that's right. But UNO went on a little run and was a really good team and fun to watch. And they were running all over the place. And everybody in the city, whether you were a Tulane fan or if you were an LSU fan or whoever else, you were cheering for them because they were doing something you hadn't seen before. I would hope that people would feel the same way here.
Well, judging by the results,
Yeah.
they are. So good for them. Good for them. A lot of stuff happened in the NFL yesterday. Did you feel left
This
out?
is how it's supposed to be.
I know.
This is how it's
but did
supposed
you
to
feel
be.
get left out? Because I didn't see the Saints mentioned.
Well,
very
no, they
often.
actually they're bringing back Gachow to be with a 7th-round pick. They're bringing him back to play on the defensive line. So they actually did do something.
Okay, they did something.
They traded a 7th-round pick to bring in a defensive lineman. Yeah, so they actually did do something.
I'll be honest. I missed the from Cleveland.
Miles Garrett.
And
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I missed it, but I saw the little scroll and I thought, oh, they traded him. And I was thinking, who'd they trade him to? And then the scroll got further and said he re-signed. I was like, he re-signed? I thought he wanted to play for a winner.
I know that's what I wrote down on Twitter because that's
I
one of the
thought he
things he
wanted to
brought
win.
up. I know he wanted to win, but you know what? Sometimes, and if they convince you that we're not that far away, because how far are you actually away in the NFL? There's a debate.
They are
about
a
this.
quarterback.
Well, in Cleveland,
There's a quarterback
you're
away.
60 years removed.
Yeah, are you
from
a
your
quarterback
last
away?
I
championship.
think they could be a quarterback away from making a deep run, but the quarterback also is taking up so much of their cap
Yes.
right now.
I know,
which
but
causes a problem.
they are negotiating him to take less, right?
Less,
They are
yes.
working on a
I believe
restructuring-
they did
a
restructure.
restructuring of his
Yeah.
contract, so that'll help him out.
Yeah.
But you're not that far away, and maybe he loves it there. Maybe his kids are in school. Maybe his
Probably.
wife loves it there. There's all kind of reasons why you don't leave. But if I'm him and I'm a chance to be a Hall of Famer, I look and go, where can I go and also win a championship? That's what I would try to do. And I don't know how much less money he would have to take to go someplace else.
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Because obviously he's going back to a place that can pay him the most.
What did you think of the receiver moves? The Adams and the Metcalf?
The Metcalf one surprised me a little on how much he got, but I've always been a little down on DK Metcalf.
That he got the trade and he got the money.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he got that much money. Now, I've never been a person who disliked the Steelers. I've always wanted Mike Tomlin to do well, right? So if that can help them, but is it Russell Wilson?
Seems like it's him or Rodgers
Is it
now.
Rodgers? I don't think either
We
one
still
of
have
them.
Justin Fields. He's
No,
up.
he's
Well,
he's
gone.
with the Jets now.
He's going to Jets.
Oh, did that happen
he's
today?
going to
It happened
Jets,
during the show, yeah.
So
Sorry,
all of these
Missed
aren't
that.
official yet, obviously, until
until
it happens. Yeah, this is the legal tampering
tampering
period.
Legal tampering
So
period.
I think personally, when you look at what you still have to give, right? And I look at what DK can do in terms of the deep ball. Did you know he was number 1 in all of PFF in deep passes, targets? So he was number 1. I
In
think
just
it was
terms of raw targets?
just raw. I don't even know. I think it was it was targets.
That
I think
makes
it was
sense.
Something like 39.
Okay.
It was a high number.
That's pretty high.
Now,
To a game?
his target number to receptions wasn't great.
Yeah.
Now he gets as much drops. That might be a lot of Geno Smith takes a lot of chances and puts it in dangerous spots.
Sure.
But you look at his overall numbers, he was ranked probably, I'd say, 24, somewhere in there out of the receivers, which isn't great for a guy who's getting 33 a year.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Now it's look at the wide receiver case in Pittsburgh, and then know that Pickens can only make catches that are the greatest catches of all time for whatever reason. And it obviously didn't work with some of the other guys. So I think that's a great move for them.
Yeah.
But I want to know, is it going to be Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers over the last 3 games. If you look at his numbers over the last 3 games of the season, not saying that tells a story, but
well, he finally got to 300 yards for the first time in like 3 years, 4 years.
Yeah, and he looked more like his old self. Obviously, can't move in the pocket the way he used to.
No.
But looked more like. Do I think he, at his age, can come in and lead Pittsburgh to the playoffs? Sure.
Well, if there's one
because
coach,
anybody can lead.
See, and if there's one coach
That's
that
true.
I think can handle. I mean, you look back at when they had the triple Bs there, and it's like, how the hell did they win anything with all those personnel? Mike Tomlin's a really good.
Yeah, and by the way,
super high floor.
DK there's a reputation of him being kind of that way too, a diva. So
Yes.
you're going to a place that handles you well.
It can be a little disruptive.
Yeah, and I know he and Russell Wilson obviously have a connection. They know each other well. So maybe even if Russell stays and is the guy.
Thing about Rodgers, though, you're playing that division, so you're going to play Baltimore twice a year.
Yeah,
they'll get after you. Cleveland's got Garrett back, so they get after you.
Cincinnati will not get it after you, but you have to score points.
But you have to score points.
And even they got after you last year, but Trey Henderson's probably going to leave.
Yeah.
Because he was the best sacker in the league. I know this. Saints drafted him.
Bet the over in all of their games.
Let him go. But yeah, so they have guys. Here's the one I thought was intriguing was Sam Darnold, right? Obviously earned this money by having a really nice regular season. End of the season didn't go well. He turned back kind of into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
And who I think he is. But the reason why he did what he did this year was because of the offensive play caller, correct? And because of the talent.
Oh, yeah. Great skill.
Do you feel that that's going to be the same situation now?
No.
I don't either.
No.
I don't either. And for whatever reason, and maybe they'll fix this, but Seattle gave up more quick pressures than anybody in the league last year. And the one thing that Donald doesn't handle well is in his face are muddy pockets. So,
I mean, we saw it in the last 2 games.
we'll see. We'll see what he can
The
do.
Lions ate his lunch and the Rams ate his lunch.
He's still a kid, though. He was 27, right?
It's crazy to think that way, but he is.
He's still a young guy.
Who's their new OC now? That Grubb is at Bama. They got rid of.
Oh,
Ryan Grubb.
they took the guy from the Saints, right?
Isn't
Kubiak?
That's right.
Isn't Kubiak there? I think Kubiak's there. He's a real good offensive mind, but he loves to call play action. And you have to have a really good interior of your offensive line to do that. And the first part of the season, the Saints were great. And then they lost back-to-back the center and their left guard. And once that happened, and you tried to run all that play action, it wasn't working out. Is Kubiak still there? Is he the one?
Clint, yeah, he went to
Clint's
Seattle.
there. Yeah. So he's a good play caller. I just don't know if they have the offensive line to be able to support both Darnold and the system that he likes to run.
Yeah.
We will see.
We shall see. By the way, so are you guys surprised at all by the guest poll? Brunts is killing Sauter, which surprised me.
Yes, update us on this. So, this is Michael's.
Brunts joins us tomorrow.
Latest controversial.
It's not controversial.
People
Best
get so
sports
triggered.
radio talk show guest.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Today, number 1 versus number 4 seed in the Sweet 16. Steve Sipple and Jack Mitchell. Sipple's up 63-37.
Not surprised.
Not surprised. I mean, Jack's tied to basketball.
Wow.
He's tied to Nebraska basketball.
Well, and it's Sipple.
I also said, I think you guys maybe move Jack up. Jack's not known as well. I don't think.
Sipple is like this year's Auburn. He's got so many Q1 wins. He's the easy number 1 overall.
And then Michael Brunts and Mike Sauter, the 2 seed, is getting upset 68-32.
People love Husker football.
I was kind of surprised.
They're
by
out
that
on
one.
hot school sports. They're in on
Sauter's
Husker
got a lot
football.
of high school support, a lot of high school people, but apparently not.
Yep.
So Bruntsy's winning it.
Wow.
Two more tomorrow morning.
What do we got tomorrow? Do you remember?
Off the top of my head, I do not.
Sorry.
I mean, we had
I'd
the
have to
Creighton
look,
Burners get John Walker a win.
That was incredible.
John without an
He
H.
was down 80-20.
He was.
He was down 80-20.
And as someone who conducts a lot of these types of
Once
polls,
they start, it's kind of done.
you don't see a flip like that
you normally
unless
don't
something
see that.
happens, and then the Creighton Red Army, the Russian army of Creighton.
That was incredible. I thought
after
it was awesome because a lot of people really like John, apparently.
John's a great guy.
Yeah, and everybody was kind of
Friend of
cheering
the
for
show.
him, and they got into it, and he ended up getting him across. I was really surprised by that. I was surprised that Brandon Vogel lost because I love personally listening to Brandon Vogel. He's one of my favorites.
Who did he lose to?
Brandon lost to where'd it go? I don't have this stuff memorized.
It's your bracket.
I know, and I did it, but I had to move a bunch of stuff around after you guys didn't like stuff. So Brandon lost to Jack.
That doesn't
Brandon
surprise
lost
me.
to Jack.
Jack's a great guest.
There was a lot
Thank you,
there was-
COVID.
There was a lot of basketball sympathy probably at that point.
I mean, Jack also talks football.
I know.
So you have Mitch and Jacob, Mitch Sherman and Jacob Bigelow tomorrow. And
They went after each other on the internet this weekend.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
perfect.
Really?
Well, Jacob
went after Mitch.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Because Mitch had the tweet basically quoting the Sean Eichhorst, we got to reassess where we are based on where I was.
Yeah.
He turned it around on basketball, and then Bigelow took offense saying these are football guys tweeting about basketball.
Oh, wow.
To which I was like,
Mitch is a baseball guy.
Yeah, but Mitch.
Just so we know.
Right, but Mitch has been in this market for 20, 25
Also, it was just
years.
a joke. It was a funny joke.
Yeah, it was a funny joke.
I thought
Mitch
it was
has been covering it longer than Jacob been alive.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why. Yeah.
So Robin Washit versus Brian Christopherson. That's your 2-3.
Ooh.
Tomorrow.
Ooh.
So you get
Husker
Mitch
Online versus 24/7 rivalry.
Exactamundo.
We like that.
Yeah.
All good people. We're not endorsing anybody.
Nope.
No, and we went through and we tried to give people the best that we could, but the thing was about it, frequency. If you're on a bunch of shows, I tried to put you as higher seed. Or if you were just one of those guys like Nick Baugh, who was just a really great guest. When you get
Great
Nick
guest.
on, he's a great guest. So
Great guest.
doesn't do a ton, but when he gets on, he's a great guest.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, again, thanks to the guys at SAP.
Yes.
Oh my
Brothers.
gosh. Yeah, I still got a little more to eat.
Lucille's. Not only do they have the Lucille's, they got the Burrito Brothers too.
They do. Yes.
And they've got the sit-down restaurants. There's 17. There's soon to be 17 locations of SAP Brothers.
If you love sausage on a stick, they have a great hot sausage on a stick. It's like a foot long.
Nice.
And it's really good. Yeah.
All at a truck stop.
I'm
All at a
loving
truck
these
stop.
wings.
Yeah.
Anywhere you find SAP Brothers, you'll find it because all of these food items like Lucille's, the sausage on stick, the Burrito Brothers.
Two of the best places to get chicken in the city are at a grocery store and a truck stop.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Supermercado.
That's right.
Oh,
yeah.
so spicy.
Yeah, I sent a friend there, and he immediately wrote to me, "This is the greatest chicken I've ever had in my life."
So spicy.
So, yeah.
Might be better than another particular spicy chicken, and you don't have to wait an hour. and a
Okay,
half.
let's settle down.
The
Just
wait
kidding.
at Supermercado
I'm just
is-
kidding. I'm
is a
just
little bit-
kidding.
yeah.
Michael Severe
See you guys.
Mondays. Thank
Bye,
you,
Michael.
Michael. We'll come back. We've got content. What's for dinner? Of
Nice.
course, we just ate.
Yep.
1620 the zone. Sports Flash. Time for an Unsportsmanlike Conduct Sports Flash update. Sports Flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
That's not unsportsmanlike content's music.
Nope.
It's not. It's
It
because
is not.
there's a sports flash. I asked you over the break sports flash
I
here,
know.
and you said yes.
Yes, I know. I was theater of the mind, Nick.
I'll theater of your mind.
The Rams are planning to release Cooper Kupp at the start of the new league year unless a trade materializes.
Sports Flash.
Sorry, John. I figured it would be best just to let you down like this, where there's no inflection or anything like that.
Sports Flash.
Does Nick, do you have something else?
Yeah, this wasn't my sports flash.
Oh, what's your sports flash?
My sports flash is that.
Flash.
Whoops. New York Yankees pitcher
Sports Flash.
Garrett Cole
Sports Flash.
is going to have to get Tommy John
We knew
surgery.
that, didn't we? We knew that.
I mean, it was out earlier today. Yeah.
It was out earlier today that
and
he was
actually
suggested,
over
but,
the weekend. Yeah.
but now it's official. It's official.
Okay.
It's happening.
All right. That is
Well-
not the sports flash I care about, Nick.
Well, I didn't care about Cooper Kupp.
After the wow,
John, can you
the
believe
people's MVP.
Mhm.
I mean, after they signed
Devontae Adams?
it was pretty obvious that. I mean, it was obvious even before they got Devontae Adams because of the way things were being discussed and how things were being discussed. I mean, it's a tough business, man.
That's life.
Where you can go
Can't
from
win them all.
being the best player at your position 3 years ago.
Travis Kelce.
No, not Travis Kelce.
He stinks.
Yeah.
He's old.
He was good 3 years ago.
He was good 3 years ago.
But you can go from being the best player at your position
to a piece of garbage who they should throw in the trash.
Travis Kelce.
Yeah, to being set aside.
Yeah.
You know, and certainly
Why
injuries in
would he?
2022 didn't help. And, you know, the team not being as good that year. But it's a tough. The NFL
I hope
is
the Cowboys sign him.
the NFL is cutthroat. It's all cutthroat, but the NFL especially, because you can literally go. I mean, look at some of the names that have been let go. The Joey Bosa's, you know, Cooper Kupp. Well, 2-3 years ago, these were the best players at their position, or at least in that conversation.
Yep.
And now,
Not anymore.
not being traded, being just outright released.
Real quick before we get to content, news on Nick's team,
Oh,
the Miami Dolphins. Former Broncos quarterback Zach Wilson
no.
has agreed to a 1-year, $6 million fully guaranteed deal that could grow to $10 million. Former Bronco and former Jet, Nick. He's your backup. It's not a big deal.
No, I didn't want him as the backup.
How come?
I wanted the guy from Miami.
The guy from Miami?
Yeah, I wanted
Cam Ward?
Yes, I wanted the Dolphins to draft Cam
Where?
Ward.
How would they draft Cam Ward? Would they trade to
They
number
would,
one?
They would have to trade up
To
in the
at
draft.
least two.
You think he's going to go that fast?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to be one or two. He'll probably be two.
He will go in. He will go in at least in the top 5.
You have too much money spent on Mr. Brain.
Mm. I do like
Pinky
this.
and the brain.
Brain,
Yeah, you have way too much money spent on him. You can't do that.
Sad.
Yep. There you go. Congrats on Zach Wilson, though.
Yay.
Yeah, congrats on Zach Wilson.
Yep.
Yay.
Yeah. Levi in Colorado. Enjoy Zach Wilson, Nick.
Yay.
All right, Nick, let's get to it.
Content.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike.
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
By the way, I just saw this. Now we're transitioning now from that time where we're trying to formulate the bracket.
Yeah.
To now simulating the bracket to see who's going to win it all.
We don't even know who the bracket is.
I know.
You freaks. Absolute freaks.
Evan Miyakawa.
Johnny Atawa?
Evan Miyakawa.
What did he
Today, he does a bracket simulation every day. He did one last week where Creighton was playing St. John's in the Elite Eight.
Get a life. How do you do this?
Today's bracket simulation has a Final Four of Florida,
Whoa.
Illinois,
Whoa.
St. Mary's,
Whoa, wow, wee, woo.
and Creighton.
That sounds like the dumbest crap I've ever heard, John. Not that Creighton could make the Final Four, but just
With that,
that whole
I mean,
thing.
can you imagine? Can you imagine if Creighton, now he's got Florida winning it all?
Yeah.
And Florida beating Creighton in the Elite Eight. But imagine if Creighton had a run like this how it would be celebrated.
Okay, give it to me.
An 8-9 win over Gonzaga.
Oh, people would lose their bleep.
Bleep?
Because of a certain point guard who used to play here,
Man,
now
I
plays
totally
there.
forgot. Yeah, I forgot about that.
A second-round win over Auburn.
That'd feel pretty good.
A Sweet 16 win over Arizona.
Oh, nice.
And to get to the Final Four,
who'd they beat?
Beating Marquette.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that has a little bit of everything.
It's got everything.
Where's the Final Four at this year?
San Antonio.
Nick, you're the director of video. Can we go there?
To San Antonio? I'm not the director of travel.
Will you be the director of reimbursing?
I can give you a penny or two that you can put in the vending machine.
The year that they made the Elite Eight, where was the Final Four that year? Arizona, right? We were going to go. We were going to go. I think that would happen. If Creighton made it, I think we would go. Dare to dream. Dare to dream. All right, Nick.
Twitter was down most of the morning. How did you guys cope with that?
I was kind of busy. We had
I was too.
We had the guy come over to do stuff around the house. And so thankfully I had gotten everything that I needed it for done. The only thing was just I knew that things would happen in the NFL, but I figured I'd learn eventually. So just fine. There was a couple times where I wanted to post something on there, like a video or a poll. And I just was like, okay, well, I guess that's not in the cards today. But it allowed me to focus on some other stuff. So I was just
fine. I mean, I was caught up busy with other things, doing some of the research for the show, concocting the graphics, whatnot, and just got really busy.
Concoct boy.
Busy.
And I didn't miss it as much.
Wow, look at you.
I was surprised.
See you later, social media.
Maybe.
I mean, the only thing I was missing
Blue
was
sky.
being able to update the poll question to see, how the folks voted today on the Are You Rooting for UNO? And a vast majority of you are, despite the fact that you might not even be a UNO fan to begin with.
Go Mavs.
You can't say that, trash can hater.
No, I can. I can say that I find the trash can bit annoying while still root for them. Nick, I find you annoying sometimes, but I still enjoy working with you.
Yeah, but the trash can thing helps spur them on. You can't hate the trash can thing if it didn't help.
You being an Iowa honk helps spur you on.
Go Hawks.
See?
It's always important to circle back to topics from earlier in the show, so a friendly reminder. Nebraska lost yesterday.
Go Hawks.
Figures the guy wearing the Iowa jersey today
Unreal.
is celebrating.
Look at that.
this.
Look at that.
Wow.
And Nebraska, because they lost to Iowa, won't go to the Big Ten tournament, let alone the NCAA tournament, because they lost to Iowa.
Oh, okay.
Do you care to repeat or perhaps change takes from earlier in the show after Nebraska lost to Iowa?
Are you back to circling around to not firing Fred?
I don't know how I feel, John. I get a text and I say, you know what, get rid of him. I get a text and I say, you know what, keep him forever. I'm just happy that my emotional well-being is not tied up in that program. I will say that. It really does seem like a really difficult move. One of the things that you and I have not unpacked, but Mitch kind of hit on this and we just didn't have time to follow up, was the optics of moving on from him. Because you do know nationally, Fred is still very well respected, just like Tim Miles was very beloved. And the national people would cry foul. Now, should that matter? I don't think so. But it does, because Fred is probably respected also within the coaching industry. And so, if you left a place of business, you as the listener, and you were like to your friends, I wouldn't go work there, I'm guessing your friends would probably take your advice.
Yeah, I really haven't thought about it from that perspective, because certainly there would be those going, wow, Nebraska, they've got some interesting expectations.
Yes.
But because they've never achieved anything.
It works for and against them.
It works for and against them.
Yeah.
But to me, it comes down to money. I don't think right now is the time to be doing anything like that when you've got all of these other things that you're trying to button down. Stadium project, NIL/revenue share. It's not easy.
We are going to have a conversation at some point. Let's maybe save this until after the basketball season, but coaching decisions by administrators and programs in relation to how much you will spend on the program. Is there suddenly a lack of want to fire coaches because of all the money? We got in this yearly spree of fire, buyout. Are we about to get in a point where that is not the case anymore? Or am I being naive?
It was a big weekend for wide receiver trades in the NFL. DK Metcalf got traded to Pittsburgh, and he got the big deal he was looking for. Plus, John's Rams added Devontae Adams, which we mentioned earlier. Which guy will have the bigger impact?
Well, honestly, it depends on who's throwing him the football in Pittsburgh. We know who's throwing Devontae Adams the football in Los Angeles. Now, will he be able to mesh well with that system? We shall see. I'm wondering. I still wonder if the Rams need someone that can take the top off of defense. And I know Adams, he's still a good athlete, can still get downfield, but he's not the same as he was 3-4 years ago. I'm only going to say Adams because we have the answer to the first equation.
You're talking about the quarterback?
The quarterback issue. We don't have the answer with Metcalf and the Steelers. Plus, I guess I really can't argue the whole locker room thing because, Adams has the reputation of being a diva. How's that going to work in with this locker room, which has been very cohesive? Metcalf, he's been at times a troubled person. How's that going to work in Pittsburgh?
I will also go with Adams, and it's partly because of what you mentioned, and that's the quarterback. The other is offensive infrastructure. I very much trust the offensive infrastructure of the Rams much more than I do the Steelers, and that is because of the head coach and how they have operated, because of what I have seen, over the last almost decade now that Sean McVay has been their head coach. So I actually think this one is pretty easy, and whether it's Wilson or Rodgers that's the quarterback for the Steelers, I really don't think that that's going to change my tune. Speaking of Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, the Steelers are shopping in quite the interesting place for quarterbacks. They're still talking with Russell Wilson, their incumbent quarterback, about extending deals. But they're now kicking the tires on Aaron Rodgers. If you had to choose between the three, which would you take? Well, I assume the third one was Justin Fields.
Not anymore because he's going to the Jets.
Never mind.
I think I'm going to go with Russell Wilson. I know
man.
it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, but it's 6 of one poops and half dozen of other poops. Russell Wilson was there last year. I think he did get better as the season went along. I am out on Aaron Rodgers. I think that guy is washed. He's old. He can't move very well anymore. And look, maybe he go there and it would be okay because Tomlin has dealt with massive personalities, huge headaches, pains in the asses for years and years and years, and done a better job than most coaches would, right? So I'll acknowledge that he maybe would do an okay job, but yikes. It just seems like a 1-year move, and I mean, both guys do, I guess. I don't think that either would be that
neither
successful.
one is a great multi-year move. You're talking about, I mean, really, and when I answer this question, I'm talking about 1 year.
Yeah.
1 year. I think maybe because we've seen a year of Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Maybe just to be different, I would go Aaron Rodgers. But again, I'm just talking 1 year just to see, hey, maybe it'll work.
Yeah.
Plus,
but I don't feel great about it.
No.
How are the Steelers going to have Aaron Rodgers when John has him on the Rams?
Well, he's not. We don't need him anymore.
Yet.
Nice.
Steph Curry is the new assistant GM of Davidson basketball. Yes, that Steph Curry.
Oh.
Yes, he's still playing with the Warriors. Curry is also starting an 8-figure fund to help both the men's and women's programs. What are we to make of this?
This is rather interesting. Now, is Curry going to have an office there at Davidson? No. Is essentially his role, he's given a title.
Yes.
This is all this is a title. Is he actually going to be sitting down and doing assistant GM work? No.
On a day-in, day-out basis.
But he is going to be working with the guy who is the GM, who is a former executive at Under Armour, which, of course, that's who Curry started his shoe line with. So they've already got a working relationship. This is essentially a fancy way of saying, hey, Steph's going to be an ambassador for our program, and he's going to help maybe coax some talent to come here.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the 8-figure donation or the fund that he's starting to create along with some other folks that will probably have a greater impact. But don't underestimate the idea of if you're a kid on the fence about where you want to go and you get a call from Steph Curry,
it's going to do nice for you
versus whatever other school. And I'm not saying Davidson's going to compete. Davidson's not going to compete with,
for Cooper Flag.
Yeah, Duke or Wisconsin over some players. But certainly at that level could be very influential. And I wonder how many other
That's the
famous
question.
NBA alums are going to look at this and take on some of these roles just to help their programs get better athletes.
Yeah, that was the more interesting thing to me is schools that have famous alumni, whether current or former, do any of them try to do this too? I mean, the other thing about it, John, is it's nice power play for Curry where he has this title. Like you said, he's not going to have an office, but he has this title. He has influence. And at the very least, he's putting his money where his mouth is, kind of like in the olden times, you donate money and get your name on the arena or on the practice facility. It's pretty interesting. Obviously, he can do whatever he wants with his money. I would definitely take it if I was Davidson. 8 figures? That's at least $10 million that we're talking about here. So more power to him. That's interesting.
On Saturday, Butler's Thad Mota acknowledged Greg McDermott's wanting to sub out his seniors as a curtain call and acquiesced. But Michigan and Michigan State had a kerfuffle over, wait for it, the center court logo.
Bum, 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 bum.
Please explain to me, like I'm a dumb little tiny pea-brained child, what happened here.
Well, it doesn't look like there was any prayers at midcourt, right? So there was no praying, no God.
No, but apparently when checking out of their last game, it has become a tradition at Michigan State to kiss the center court logo. Or it used to be the Spartan helmet. Now it's a giant S. Either way, they go kiss the logo. And there were some, as they were checking out, some Michigan players were standing nearby at center court. And one of the Michigan State players, Trey Holloman, were upset that the Michigan players were covering the logo, walked over to them, confronted them, and shoved one of the two players. That led to a benches clearing, I won't say brawl because there wasn't really many punches thrown, but an incident.
The obsession that schools have, and I'll be consistent. I thought it was stupid that Iowa lost their minds. I think it's stupid that Michigan State's reacting this way too. You have to walk over the logo sometimes. It's the game. The game is happening. They're just standing there. Dude, this is so dumb. I'm getting so tired of this crap. It's so stupid.
Everyone's protecting their turf.
No.
Or in this case, their hardwood.
Dumb.
You know, what could have happened was, hey, excuse me, sir. We like to kiss that logo. Could you please move so we can...
I'd say kiss my shoes, biatch.
Were they standing in the way of...
No, there's a lot. That's a huge logo.
It's a giant ass logo in the middle of the floor.
Kiss it somewhere else.
For the first time since 2016, the Creighton women are playing for the Big East title. They're 18.5-point dogs tonight versus UConn. What happens?
First of all, shout out to John and I for the predictions point. No shout out to Nick required, though they did have to come back in that game on Saturday.
They did. They made a furious rally late and then got a foul and made a couple free throws at the end and won it.
So they've lost both the games this year by double digits, but both of them by fewer than 18.5 points. I think UConn will get the title. I'll say they win this one by 9.
Wow, close. Man, it would be nice to
if it went down to the
get
wire.
him back in this one. And you would think, man, does UConn really need to win this? But that's not how Gino Auriemma coaches his team. They're going to be out there playing like their hair was on fire as usual.
Oh, yeah.
I'll say Creighton covers, but UConn wins by double digits.
Yeah. Well, here, John, you got a bit of a sour mood right now. You're a little bummed.
Why am I bummed?
Because you just said,
well, I mean, it is. I'd like to see, Flan and the ladies lift that trophy, but, it's UConn.
Well, one of the things our listeners can do is lift the trophy of winning great prizes.
Nice.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? The tournament is almost here.
Yeah.
The big tournament.
The big tournament.
Got to make sure I get my words right here. 1620 The Zone is giving you the chance to watch the first round in style with 9 of your friends. You can enter to win 1620 The Watch Party. How about this, John? A VIP table at Prairie Flower Casino's Sky Bar and Grill to watch the Friday, March 21st games on multiple big screens, plus a $400 restaurant tab. Now you can enter through Sunday, this Sunday, March the 16th at 1620thezone.com. But I got 2 other things for you. First thing, Mike Schaefer and I will be at Prairie Flower Casino in Carter Lake on Thursday for the Grum.
And Nick.
And Nick will be there. We'll be there Thursday. And I'm going to sweeten this prize a little bit more. I will be there that Friday, the
Whoa.
21st.
Basketball with Josh.
You can hang out with me. We could talk about the dribbling and the passing and the shooting and say words like fun.
I thought you said you were adding a sweetener to this.
This is the sweetest of sweeteners, John. I will be there. We could chop it up.
I'll
I'll tell you John Bishop
stories.
stories.
Like the sweetener that gives lab rats, the HIV.
This is. There's no HIV. I'll tell you Scott Frost stories. We can do all that and more, and we can just watch the basketball. Or you don't even have to talk to me. I'll just be there staring at you.
You're making this
the
sound
prize
worse
gets
every
better
time.
by the second.
Josh will be in a chair in the corner, and he watches you and your friends have fun.
Oh, this is terrible. Let's
Dude,
please.
I can't wait to have some of their food.
Let's please focus on the most important thing, and that is Prairie
Register
Flower Casino. Register to win
right now.
Right
now.
There's a website you go to.
And what is it?
1620thezone.com.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Had some delicious pork steaks on the grill last night. Always delicious with some little mini potatoes and asparagus. It almost felt like summer.
I love asparagus.
That's a very summer-esque meal at the Bishop House.
Yeah? And then you went to the bathroom and it was all smelly.
Why would it be smelly?
Because you had asparagus.
Oh, because of the pee.
Yeah, because of the pee.
Asparagus makes your pee smell.
I ate all the asparagus. I just
your pee doesn't smell like asparagus when you have asparagus?
It smells like roses.
Yeah, you're being weird now. Leftovers of some form. Don't know exactly what, but leftovers of some form tonight as we clear out the fridge.
We're doing steak and rice tonight, but it's like a garlic with a garlic flavor profile, is what I've been told.
Nice. Chief 1999 writes, please no Josh. We want Nick at the watch party.
Oh, wow. Look at all those 3 throws.
No, I think Nick will be at the office on the 21st. You going to be here at the office on the 21st, even though we're not doing a show?
Yeah, probably.
All right, well, sorry. I guess it's got to be me then. I will do it. I will take this burden of hanging out with our great listeners and
That's good for
spending
you.
a lovely time with them. I think I'll be there for quite a bit, so that'll be fun. Looking forward to it. Watching hoops, talking ball. Whoa, is that the zone that I see? Or are they going back to man-to-man? Stay tuned.
Look at the paint.
Look at the paint.
By the way, thanks again to the folks at Sap Brothers,
Oh my
Lucille's
gosh.
Fried Chicken.
Yeah, I guess I'm pretty full right now. I don't know how much I'll need to eat.
I only had a couple just so I didn't spoil my
I
dinner.
tried to save some room too.
I ate the whole thing.
But that reminds me that the Omaha food fight, we're still taking nominations.
Yes,
we are.
We should nominate them.
Somebody should.
Really
Go
should.
nominate them right
It's a great
now.
idea.
You can nominate any Omaha restaurant.
Any of them.
Now through this Friday.
Yep.
Voting will start next week, 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
You should go in and vote.
Awesome.
Or go in and nominate. Then afterwards,
And then you can
go in
vote.
and vote.
The vote happens later.
Gotta
The
be
vote will happen later.
John, you're leaving us yet again.
Thanks,
Busy
John.
week.
We start
We'll
calling John Dada.
We'll see John on Wednesday and then maybe Friday. If Creighton wins on Thursday, we'll see John on Friday.
Yep.
If not, I don't have a backup option. I should probably come up with one.
Both from Madison Square Garden.
Tomorrow we have Austin Jacobson,
Nice.
Thursday Schaefer. Tomorrow we also have Michael Bruns and Steve Sipple and other topics.
Will Brunson Sip will be celebrating wins in Michael's bracket.
Excellent question.
They're both on the same day.
People are asking.
Stay tuned. Big East Women's Tournament
Oh, baby!
Championship.
Let's go.
The Creighton Blue Jays versus some other team.
Never heard of the other team.
Never heard of it. What's a Yukon?
How about Lauren Jensen
Is
trying
it
to get
Uk-
me a
Are they playing Yukon like Alaska
yeah,
Yukon?
Yeah, like the
Is that what that is?
Yeah. LJ trying to
Either
get me a
way.
predictions point. Let's go.
Go Jays.
Have a great night, everybody.
Goodbye.